Good.
Following up.
All right. Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Beyer with NASASpaceflight, and we are live again back in Boca Chica, Texas tonight, courtesy of Mary. Let me know in chat you can hear us. Everything is going well. All right, we got on the call. We're getting right into it tonight. I don't know if you can tell, but we got fueling underway. So on the call, we've got Michael Baylor. Michael, say hi.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? Exciting to have an early start tonight.
We've got Tyler Gray.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tyler Gray. I'm a writer-reporter for NASA Spaceflight, and happy to be on the stream tonight, bringing you live coverage of Starship testing once again.
And of course, as always, we've got in the field with the camera operating right now. Thank you, Mary. We've got Mary. Hey, Mary.
Hi. I'm glad you could all join us. Hopefully we'll have a good testing here coming up.
Yeah, it looks like we're well underway here. I can already see some frost and some condensation coming from the underside of the vehicle, which is exciting.
Yeah.
And before we went live there, you and I, we were all just kind of chatting a little bit. You mentioned that fueling has maybe started to sound different. Is that?
Yeah, it sounds different than it used to. Yeah,
That's really interesting.
Yeah,
And now we're
different sounds.
now we're
And
seeing
maybe
venting
even
from.
louder.
Wait, it's louder?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It-
For some reason, when we were talking, I thought in my head, I just imagined that it was quieter. So it's a louder sound
No.
when they're fueling now.
Yeah, it's a louder sound and definitely different.
Huh. I wonder if that's
Yeah.
just a more rapid loading, or perhaps they're loading a different way. That's kind of,
Right.
that's sort of
Yeah.
fascinating.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tyler, what were you saying a second ago? We got some venting somewhere?
Oh, I was just pointing out that, yeah, Starship is venting. It might be hard to tell, but if you look near the midsection of Starship, you can see some venting. Of course, it's venting directly towards Mary. That's the only way. Oh, there it is again.
Oh yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yep, that's the bottom vent there near the, oh, we got two. We got a double vent. Great. So we're well into it tonight. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you so much. Just wanted to say once again, everybody that's a supporter, all of our channel members and everyone that's here watching tonight, well, we couldn't be doing this without you. So thanks for joining us so much. And what we're going to be looking for is a continuation of the fueling cycle, maybe some more condensation from the tank farm, some more condensation from around the vehicle, more frosting on the vehicle. And tonight, we're looking at another cryo proof for SN4. That's what we presume anyways, reading the tea leaves. So we have the Raptor SN18 has been taken off of SN4. The thrust simulator has been reinstalled underneath SN4, and they are now going to presumably fill the vehicle with cryogenic propellant, fill the vehicle with liquid nitrogen, and then use that thrust simulator under there to push on the underside of the vehicle, simulating the thrust of a Raptor on liftoff. So I believe they've done this test once already with SN4. Famously, the same test is what killed SN3 and SN1 and what was it, Mark 3. F's in the chat for
Mark
all
1.
of our failed.
Mark 1, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mark 1. F's in the chat for all of our failed Starship brethren. So yeah, hopefully SN4 will go through this test for a second time. Elon said on Twitter, I think he said it was a bit of a softball last time they did this test. So they're going to be pressing to a higher pressure and more fully, or perhaps more accurately simulating flight loads and flight stresses. So that's what we're looking for tonight. And with that, I'll stop flapping my gums a little bit. And if you guys have anything you want to point out, or I see we've got venting again on the bottom there, always a good sign.
Yeah, I will just reiterate what we were talking about last night. There were a lot of questions about whether they would be doing a test of failure procedure for this cryogenic proof test. And again, the answer is no. They are still hoping to hop this vehicle up to about 150 meters as early as like within the next week or two. So they're definitely not testing this vehicle to failure. If this test goes as planned, the Raptor will be reinstalled, and then they will do at least one more static fire before they proceed with the 150-meter hop. This entire test campaign is very rigorous and designed to minimize the risk for the 150-meter hop, because even though they have the SN5 vehicle almost ready to go, they certainly do not want to damage their launch infrastructure in the event of a major anomaly, because that would cause schedule delays for other Starship prototypes such as SN5. So it is important that they get lots of good data from this testing, while also making sure that they do not take any unnecessary risks with the launch vehicle. So that is why you're seeing several steps through the testing process. They're not just straight for the hop. They're being very careful and making sure that they cross all the necessary boxes before they proceed.
So yeah, getting more aggressive with tonight's cryo test, but also being very careful at the same time. So like Jack said, Elon did say on Twitter after the last Starship SN4 cryo test that it was a bit of a softball. It did get up to about 4.9 bar, which is a bit lower than the 6 bar required for normal orbital flights with Starship and Super Heavy. And there is also a crew rated factor or crew safety factor of 8.5 bar that they will want to reach before putting astronauts on Starship vehicles. So here's where we get the flashing speculation banner at the top. We do assume that SpaceX will want to pressurize Starship SN4's tanks up to 6 bar, maybe a little above 6 bar. We don't know if they're going to go get close to that 8.5 bar required for crew safety factor. But we will expect SpaceX to be more aggressive with tonight's cryo test than in past tests.
Really quickly, Mary, if you can hear me, I know we were having some audio issues earlier. Have you noticed any sort of difference in sounds or changes in what you're hearing?
Right now, I'm not hearing anything. No, it was just the fueling that's definitely different sounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm wondering if perhaps we're going for another, and this is just me completely guessing here. Maybe they're going to go for another ambient nitrogen test or something, because we've kind of frosted up a little bit again, but haven't progressed. In the past, last night we sort of saw similar behavior. So I'm sort of wondering what they're doing here, and wondering if anything you might pick up on audio wise over us chatting, of course. Would be an indicator.
Yeah, I think towards the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank, which is about maybe 4 or 5 rings up from the bottom of the vehicle, we can see some definitive frost as opposed to just condensation. That to me would be a sign that there is cryogenic nitrogen being loaded into this vehicle. And additionally, at the very bottom, you can see that condensation coming off. So I'm guessing this vehicle is pretty cold right now. But that's just, again, me observing. I do not have any insight into what they're doing tonight, but I don't remember seeing that level of condensation with just the ambient temperature testing.
Yeah, that's fair. And we're getting continued venting on and off. So perhaps they're just taking things slow, or it just looks different for whatever reason tonight. It looks like the wind is maybe coming from the beach again. Is that, am I seeing that correctly based on the direction of the flare?
Yeah, it's definitely coming more from probably the northeast, would it be?
Yeah, because normally the flare stack at least often blows towards the vehicle from our vantage point, and tonight is kind of going in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna type out a question and answer to a question in chat. So I'm gonna be away from the mic for a second.
If you look closely above the 2 horizontal tanks to the left of Starship, you can see some venting or some condensation. We assume those are from liquid nitrogen storage tanks, and that those would be active when liquid nitrogen is indeed flowing into the Starship vehicle. And you can also see on the right, the flare stack is going, albeit with a much lower flame than usual. The flare stack is always active. We do not expect to see it come into play during tonight's test, mostly because they're working with liquid nitrogen and not liquid methane or any other propellants.
It did flare a couple times last night, though. Not as an indication of anything, I don't think, but it did flare a couple times last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, we expect them to be using liquid nitrogen for this test, because if they use liquid oxygen and methane, if the Starship were to pop, it is possible that you could get a large amount of combustion with those two liquids on board. By using nitrogen, they don't have the risk of their gas on board causing their liquid on board causing a large explosion. So that's one of those risk reduction strategies we're seeing come into play right now.
One thing I don't see during tonight's test that we all saw during last night's test was the fire truck. During last night's test, the fire truck was parked in between those two horizontal tanks that you see on the left. We don't know if this is another change in procedure or not, or simply based off the fact that they didn't, again, get that flashing speculation banner up there. It could be the case that they didn't want to do the full test last night and that they only wanted to do the ambient nitrogen proof test. We did have some weather in the area last night. There was some lightning flashing and some high winds and a little bit of rain. We're not sure if that played a factor into last night's testing, but it could have. But one key difference that we're not seeing with tonight's test compared to last night's test is the fire truck, or the absence of the fire truck.
It did seem kind of crazy pants that they had that left out there, but I guess if nothing on the vehicle, well, Tesla battery was on the vehicle. I don't know, but yeah, not out there tonight. Everything's looking good. The lightning last night was super cool. Hopefully nothing crazy happens tonight, and we just have a nice smooth test. SN4 gets qualified. We get the Raptor engine back on there, and we can move on to a hop campaign, because how cool would that be to see? Just like leaning tower of Pisa of a spacecraft.
Yeah, we would get to see Starship perform a rocket-powered power slide off of the pad there. Because the Raptor engine, when it's mounted onto Starship, the single Raptor engine, it is not mounted directly in the center of the thrust puck. In photos that, for example, Elon Musk has posted, you can see that is on one of three attachment points on the bottom. And that we assume that when Starship lifts off the pad to perform the hop test, that it will perform a bit of a power slide. We do expect that SpaceX would also install reaction control thrusters at the top, just like on the previous Starhopper test campaigns. Just a quick tidbit, you can also see Starhopper there on the left of Starship, just behind those vertical tanks there. But we do expect a bit of a power slide for the Starship hop test, which should be happening soon if testing goes well tonight, and if the next static fire test also goes as planned.
Yeah, and if you have any questions for us, feel free to tag at NASASpaceflight in chat. We have one from Joe Wakefield. Crew on SLS or Starship first? Who wants to take that? It's obviously not an answer.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Crew on SLS or Starship first? What are your bets?
On SLS or Starship first? Ooh, that's a tough bet. Oh, I don't know if I want to take that bet. I have to think about it. Give me a minute.
Personally, I would bet to say that Crew could fly on SLS first. I'm not sure how hard it is to certify a Starship to fly Crew or if they can do it quickly enough to do it before the Artemis 1 mission launches sometime within the next year. Uh, but it is possible.
I expect we'll be seeing cargo variants of Starship for a long time before we ever see a human-rated version of Starship, in the same way that SpaceX started off with Cargo Dragon and learned a lot of lessons and learned a lot of things that they could then apply to Crew Dragon. I feel like it would make sense. It's just the way SpaceX iterates, for them to sort of do a cargo version, sorry, get really, really good at that version, learn a lot of lessons in terms of reusability and reuse, and then progress on to a crew rated version. That said, I know that they have the thing with Yusaku Maezawa about the Dear Moon project. So surely the crew component is in active development now, maybe on a parallel track. I don't know. That's a very, very good question. Which vehicle is going to fly with crew first? Yeah.
And we have a couple super chats and memberships. Thank you, William Dason, for the membership, and to draw off for the super chat. We appreciate the support. Additionally, we have another question from Brittany. Are they putting the nose cone on for the hop or just as is? Who wants to take that?
I'll take that one. So we do not expect SpaceX to install a nose cone on Starship SN4 for the 150-meter hop test. We could see a nose cone installed on Starship SN5, which is being prepared in the high bay of the build site right now. We could also see it on SN6. Both SN5 and SN6 would perform higher altitude test flights. But as of right now, we do not expect SpaceX to put a nose cone on Starship SN4. They could, but
no, I don't think they would. We were talking about it a little bit on NSF Live today, and I mean, this is my speculation, but my gut is that those nose cones are either time intensive or labor intensive or cost intensive because of what we're not seeing, but is inside them in terms of tanks or whatever is installed up in there that we just don't know yet, because Elon hasn't tweeted a photo yet. Hey Elon, if you're watching, please tweet a photo of the inside of the nose cone. What's in there? It looks interesting. Maybe it's just empty right now. What will be in there? I'm curious. But all that said, you wouldn't want to put a nose cone on this vehicle that is only hopping to 150 meters when you can lose all of that time, money, and work. SpaceX famously does test things to destruction, but they also don't necessarily throw away a bunch of time and effort. And if those nose cones are functional, it would make sense that they want to preserve them for when they know the vehicle is going to make a higher altitude hop, like a 200 or 20 kilometer hop or something, where the aerodynamics are actually crucial.
Yep. And a lot of people are also wondering about the Raptor and why it was removed. If you've not been following along the last day or so, Mary got some great images of the Raptor being removed from the vehicle after its second successful static fire. The Raptor that was used for the previous testing campaign was SN18. It has now been removed from the vehicle ahead of this test, and they're using thrust simulators to push up against the thrust section of this vehicle and simulate the thrust that the Raptor would create during flight, so that this test for the cryogenic proof test is the vehicle is withstanding the pressures that it would experience during flight. We're not sure if the engine was removed because they plan to simulate the thrust of 3 engines during tonight's test, so they needed the Raptor out of the way. But regardless, they clearly want to do a proof test without a Raptor actually firing tonight. So that's why they had that Raptor get out of the way so that the thrust simulators could get in there. Again, that is part of their risk reduction strategy. So the Raptor being removed allows them to simulate thrust tonight without accidentally firing an engine.
Yeah, I see somebody in chat. I'm pretty sure they're joking, but in case they're not, no, there's not a leak. That's standard venting and standard condensation that we are very familiar with seeing around and on and from the vehicle. No leak, everything's fine, everything's nominal so far. And some people in chat are also asking, is Elon is here? No, we're just joking because a couple nights ago, he happened to reply to a tweet with a link to our stream saying the commentary was interesting or something like that. It's become a joke on our stream now. We don't actually think Elon is here. We are not that interesting.
Gary M. Hernandez asks, how long does it take to remove and install the Raptor engine? Well, based on what we saw so far of testing, there was about, what was it, a day off between the Raptor being removed and the testing last night.
Yeah, it was about a day.
Yeah, so about a day to remove the Raptor, and then there are there was at least supposed to be 2 days of testing in between the cryogenic proof test you're saying right now, which was originally scheduled for yesterday evening, and a static fire on Monday. But with that 1 day schedule slip with today's cryogenic proof test, it remains to be seen if the static fire will still occur on Monday if all goes well tonight, or if we will see a 1 day slip for the next static fire, which would mean that they need 2 days to install the Raptor. So I don't know what the exact number is for how long it takes to install and move a Raptor, but it's probably about a day to 2 days for each operation, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and strictly in human time, like our time hours or the amount of time it takes. I'm struggling to figure out how to say that, but I think Mary, you were out there for what, 7 or 8 hours, and if you figured they weren't working necessarily straight through the night to remove the Raptor, probably the time it took them from they got wrenches on it to it started to basically be trucked down the highway, it was probably like 8 hours or maybe like 12 hours, not a full 24. When we say a day because it was literally the next day it was being trucked down the highway on a forklift. And also Water Flora, welcome to PadRat. Thank you so much for joining, your membership and everybody else's membership and everybody watching. You all make this possible, so thank you so much for contributing and becoming a member, getting those sweet chat emojis. Try them out. Give us a let's see,
Like a dancing bear or something.
No, give us an Elon in the chat. I think we've got an Elon emoji for members there.
Oh yeah, we do have that.
I hope it's accessible for PadRats. If it's not accessible to them, now I feel bad.
It is.
Dan Straight just gave us a Doug and a Bob and a Jimmy B. Heck yeah.
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
Let's do this.
All members get access to emojis. So.
And just want to give a real quick thank you to Mary for being out there once again tonight. We did have a late night last night with the Starship ambient proof test, but she is again out here tonight giving us this great live picture. This is a fantastic view. Thank you, Mary.
No, that's not a fire on the left. I'm seeing somebody in chat ask if that's a fire. Nope, not a fire, just a different color temperature lighting behind the tanks there, illuminating that condensation cloud yellow versus the blue lighting on the right.
And if you're just joining us, you are looking at a live view of the Starship SN4 vehicle on the pad in Boca Chica. We are expecting SpaceX to do a full up cryo proof test tonight using liquid nitrogen. You could see a bit of frost on the bottommost tank, about 4 or 5 rings up from the bottom. You can also see some venting or condensation coming from the bottom. This is expected. It's not a leak. The bottom of Starship does get quite frosty. In fact, you've probably seen Elon tweet out a video of Starship propellant tank saying snowing it's snowing down in Texas. So we're most likely seeing that again.
And thank you to Greg, who is a new launch director member. We appreciate the support.
Thanks so much, Greg. Thank you so much.
And Drake has also joined the Pad Rat. We also appreciate your support.
All right, let's do this. I'm all hyped up. We got condensation under the vehicle. We've got tank farm activity. I mean, it's what more can you ask for on a nice night like this?
I still want that lightning from like 40 miles away, just to the right of the vehicle. That's all I can ask for. That's any more than this, but I think that might be a tough ask to fulfill tonight, at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we did have some weather in the area last night. There was lightning popping around. We did not see a lightning bolt behind Starship, so we did not get that awesome screenshot. But Mary, can you give us a quick weather report? Is there any rain, or is it pretty clear right now?
No, it's not currently raining. It's the winds are pretty calm, really. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
you're
loud and
coming
clear.
through loud and clear. Really great quality on your voice right now. So that's nice.
Yeah, no, it's a really nice night. Beautiful.
Astro6 asks, are they trying to max pressure this cryo test? Well, it kind of depends what you define as max pressure. They are hoping to go towards what would be a realistic flight pressure for the 150-meter hop, perhaps slightly more than that tonight. But I don't even think they probably know the exact pressure that this vehicle can handle, at least with a high degree of confidence, so they wouldn't be testing tonight. So the only way for them to really find out the true capability of this vehicle would be if the pressure test is to failure, which again, they are not expected to do tonight. But they are expected to at least verify that this vehicle can reach flight pressures. And you may have also been asking, as part of your question, are they going towards that 1.4 factor of safety that is required for, not required, but at least set as like the standard to hit for crewed spaceflight. And we're not sure about that. That comes at around 8.4 bar. If I had to guess, it would probably be more like 6 bars Tyler was talking about earlier, because this vehicle is not quite up to the quality standard that they're going towards. We've seen a lot of improvement with the welds, even with SN5 and 6 that are currently being built. So I'm guessing they're going to save that target for future Starships.
And either way, either pass or fail, we can expect to see exact numbers later on when Elon gives us some confirmation as to how the testing went. So, Elon, if you're watching, can you give us an exact number when this is all done?
And I've been watching that frost line. It's definitely not going away, but it's hard to see if it's really getting more frosty yet. As with previous cryo tests, it does take a while. They take it very slowly, and sometimes you'll see the frost expand and then recede a little bit and then expand some more. So we'll have to see what happens, but at least the last cryo test lasted quite a while. I don't remember the exact time. I think it was at least 2 hours before from the vehicle was frosty to when it started detanking. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, you can see that frost line just above the bottom of just above the pad structure there, about 4 or 5 rings up. You can see a little bit of frost. It might have receded a little bit over the past few minutes. Maybe someone can rewind the video and check, but yeah, it does take a little bit to fully fill the tanks and get that full frosty action going.
Now I just want like ice cream or something.
Maybe a Wendy's frosty.
No, I'm more of like a. I don't. I feel weird mentioning any brands. I'm not really a frosty kind of guy. Ian Atkinson in chat, one of our mods and contributors on NSF, says hot fudge sundaes for the win. I could agree with that. That's a solid proposal.
Yeah, I can also second that.
Also, I like a good solid Klondike bar. I mean, come on, that's like solid.
And we
Big
do
venting.
see,
Look at that.
yeah, we do see the occasional venting from the Starship tanks. We will see some more serious venting once they begin to fill the tanks with that liquid nitrogen that they will use to conduct the cryo test.
Torin asks, why is there no Chris B in the live stream? That is a great question that I would love to know the answer to. I think it might have something to do with it being late at night in England, but I think it would be good to get Chris B on one of these live streams. I don't know what the rest of you guys think.
He did say in chat that he'll do the live streams when it's not 4 a.m. over there.
Excuses, excuses.
Hunter, welcome to Capcom. Thank you for the support.
So now is the standard part of the evening where we sort of hurry up and wait. We should be looking at the vehicle for frost. We should be looking at the tank farm for activity. We've got a nice strong vent right there. So they're continuing to work the tanks and get things ready for this test, or perhaps they're already into the flow of the test. So we just stand by and wait for something neat to happen. I resisted saying something cool. I want you all to know that. But then I said that, so now we're here.
And you were mentioning the frost. If you look near the topmost tank, you can see a small line of frost forming.
Oh yeah, good point.
Oh hey, look at that. So we are fueling or liquid nitrogen. We are nitrogenating.
Trevor, thank you for your support. We appreciate the new membership.
Tanking. I know the right word is tanking. I swear I'm not brain dead. So we will slowly see, hopefully, that frost line creep higher and higher up the side there and up the barrel section as they tank the vehicle with nitrogen and then press the tanks for a cryo-proof test involving that thrust simulator that's underneath there.
Raj asks, do you think they will pressure test SN4 until it explodes after the 150-meter hop? That's a good question. I'm not sure I know the answer to it, but there is SN5 pretty close behind SN4. So if SN4 has a successful hop, I'm not sure they will want to put it back on to the launch stand. They might just basically bring in SN5 as soon as SN4 is done.
What if
we'll
that
have to
second
wait and
stand
see.
is already done?
Yeah, that is true. They are building a second stand. Kind of, you can't see it right now, but behind SN4 right now, there is a second stand on the way. I'm not sure if that's like an upgraded stand that they're going to swap out this stand for, or if that's the second stand that they're going to have adjacent to this one. We'll have to see what happens, but that's definitely interesting.
Good
and
point.
Will be. It does make sense though that they would need more than one stand, because it seems
really
like
does.
the build rate for each Starship is quickly going to exceed the test campaign duration. So they're going to have a backlog of starships if they don't start adding additional stands, it seems like.
That makes perfect sense. And I just completely forgot what I was going to say.
I did see a question from someone a moment ago. I found it. It was, why are they pressure testing when they have already static fired? That is a good question. I'll take this one. So they're doing tonight's test mostly to get more data ahead of the next static fire and the 150-meter hop test. We assume that they will want to pressurize the tanks a bit more than the last cryo test they performed on Starship SN4. The last one reached 4.9 bar, which Elon stated on Twitter was a bit of a softball, but that it would be enough for a short flight. But it appears that SpaceX wants to become a bit more aggressive with tonight's test. So we can expect to see some higher pressures being used for tonight's test. We don't know exactly how high they will go with the pressurization, but we know that about 6 bar is the standard flight pressure for orbital flights using Starship.
And we're not expecting them to go destructive intentionally.
Yeah, so we are not expecting a test to destruction tonight. But in the event that Starship SN4 does fail cryo testing tonight, they do have Starship SN5 on the back burner, just finishing production in the build site nearby to the pad. So if Starship SN4 does go boom, we can expect to see Starship SN5 roll to the pad soon after.
I remembered what I was going to say earlier in response to the question that Michael was answering. Would they do a 150, or would they do another cryo proof with SN4 after a successful 150-meter hop with SN4? And I think my answer to that would be, if they felt that SN4 was representative of the current state of the Starship design, whatever SN5 or 6 that they're at the time, whatever vehicles, presumably SN4 does the 150-meter hop, if they feel it's representative, then and they could get good data out of that test, it would make sense to me to then test it to destruction when you are progressing to higher flights with a more advanced, more complete vehicle. But that's purely speculation. And look at that, we got another nice event out of there. Do we have any more questions?
Yeah, just as a general question I'm seeing a lot, and that is, are we sure that this vehicle is still going to hop to 150 meters? And yes, we are highly confident that the intention is still to hop to 150 meters. That, of course, does not mean that it will actually hop to 150 meters. There's still a lot of testing to go. They could change plans at any time, as you've seen with basically all of the previous Starship prototypes, which were at one point supposed to hop and then never ended up hopping. But as of this weekend, the plan was still to hop Starship SN4 to 150 meters. So we'll have to see what happens. But if this test goes well tonight, I think it's likely that we will see a hop to 150 meters. So that will be super exciting. I mean, I remember Star Hopper was pretty ridiculous, but this is basically going to be Star Hopper, but like with 2 extra Star Hopper sized cylinders stacked on top.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to witness a lot of crazy things so far, but seeing Star Hopper in the air, I mean, Mary, I don't know if well, we have good audio right now, but if I know you feel the same way I do about Star Hopper.
And a super chat from Future Martian 97. Thank you for the support. We greatly appreciate it. He has a question for Mary. Can Mary hear the venting coming out of SN4? Mary, do you hear anything right now?
No, not right now. I don't.
And we also have a super chat from Alan. Will the ram underneath push for just one engine like the hop? That is a great question that I wish I knew the answer to. They do have 3 rams, I believe, underneath. So it is possible that they could be simulating the thrust of 3 Raptors, but I don't know if they're going for a hop-like thrust environment or if they're trying to verify that thrust section for the upcoming hops that future starships will do to higher altitudes, which will require 3 engines. So again, that's a great question. I wish I knew the answer to. Maybe if we see Elon active on Twitter this evening. We can try to ask and see if we'll answer, but unfortunately, I'm not sure what the answer is to that one, but I would love to know.
I have a question.
Yes, Jack.
So is it accurate to say that which is the one that crumple popped? Was that one? That was SN1?
That was SN3.
3,
I
right?
think-
Because we're on 4 now.
Yeah. I
Okay.
think yeah.
Is it fair to say that SN3 failed cryoproof, or was it an issue with the detanking after a cryoproof? I just want to make sure I like lodge that in my brain correctly. I forget. I thought it was like a GSE side issue where they detanked it wrong. So maybe it didn't reach cryoproof, but they detanked it wrong after an attempt, or I forget if it actually achieved the pressure, but then maybe was accidentally destroyed, or what happened there. Does anybody
That's another
have any?
great question that I wish I knew the answer to. I've seen a lot of people speculate that it did, and that they were detanking it when the methane tank on top of the liquid oxygen tank ended up
Was
with a
too
lot more
heavy?
pressure than the liquid
Okay.
oxygen tank, so it collapsed. But I've never seen an official statement from anyone at SpaceX saying it happened at this point in the test. I don't remember the vehicle being quite covered in frost though, like we saw with SN4. So while it was definitely a ground support or test configuration failure, as Elon put it, I'm not sure that it actually reached the cryoproof test completion, like maximum pressure,
Yeah.
before the anomaly happened.
Yeah, I see a couple people in chat saying Elon said on Twitter, test procedure, incorrect test setup configuration. Yeah, we know that. My question is, at what point in the test were they? Had they finished the test and it was a successful test with a failure afterwards, or had they gotten close to the test or not? Was it before or after a successful cryo test? Is my question, and I don't think that we know the answer to that yet.
Philip says, huge thank you to Mary for the drive around. That's exactly what we need for the what's where question. So Mary, it sounds like your video today has some fans.
And yeah, again, thank you to Mary for giving us this view and also giving us all of the content that you provide us with, photos, videos, just quick clips of everything that's happening in Boca Chica with the production and the testing. And we cannot be any more grateful for that. So thank you again to Mary.
Mary, I don't know if you can hear us right now, but there are a lot of people wondering how far away you are watching from.
It's at least a mile and a half, maybe 1.6.
Yeah.
But at least 1.5.
Yeah. And a lot of people are wondering how you can be on that road given the road closures. Can you explain how the road closures work?
Well, when the desired time comes, they just come and they put up barricades and they make sure that everyone has vacated the area. They can't have anyone past the checkpoint.
So you are, to be clear, you are behind a hard checkpoint. I think that's what a lot of people were confused about.
Oh, yes, I'm behind the checkpoint and they can literally see me.
Yeah.
So there's no no concern there.
Yeah. Yeah. To be clear, everyone, Mary is using a very powerful, large lens. So on a crisp evening like that, or not crisp, but a cooler evening compared to the warm Texas summer, there's very little humidity at night. So we can get a super crisp shot that looks like Mary's a lot closer than she actually is. Again, she's about 1.5 miles away, and that is outside of the safety road closure area for tonight's test. So that is how we're able to get this nice view. We are still not sure what the rules will be for the 150-meter hop. It's possible there will be a larger safety radius for that, but we will, of course, follow all the rules, and Mary will find the best vantage point that you can, given the local guidelines.
And yeah, just an incredible picture we're getting right now, especially with Starship being backlit by those lights you see around the pad, and the I don't want to say humidity, maybe it is, but seeing Starship backlit like that is just fantastic.
So we got a question. Will they when they static fire and then launch with 3 Raptors, will they need a flame diverter or sound suppression?
That is a good question. I can take that one. So we did see some water suppression in action during some of the first static fire tests. We would expect to see it in action during the 3 Raptor static fire and the hop test. It's like seeing as how there's some pretty. I would assume there's some rather strong acoustics involved with these tests, and that that some water suppression would be required for these static fires and these hops.
We've got another one. Go ahead,
Oh,
Michael.
Go ahead, Jack. I was going to say something that was not important. So
We got, will SN5 and SN6 go through the same testing regime? I would wager yes. I think we covered that a little bit more earlier. Maybe I'm re-answering the same questions over again. Does methalox boil off in space? So that's 2 different things. And I honestly don't know how gases and fluids cryogenic work in space. I presume there's a certain amount of boil off as the tanking heats in the sunlight. So yeah.
yeah, and I believe the answer is yes, but there are ways to handle that and still get some long duration flights, even given those circumstances.
Yeah, you can kind of put your spacecraft in sort of like a rotisserie mode, right, where it's rotating and no side of it gets consistently heated. So it's that there's things you can do, or if there's a portion of your spacecraft that is quite dense, or you can put that in between the tankage and the heat source, the sun. There's things you can do to minimize that, but I think with cryogenic liquids, there's always going to be some boil off. Although space is cold, so I guess it would all be from solar heating. I don't know. This is why we need smart people like Scott Manley in the chat.
Question from Raitiki asks, how many Raptors are on it now? Currently, there are no Raptors on Starship SN4. The Raptor that was previously on Starship, we think it was Raptor SN18, was uninstalled after the second static fire test was conducted. Mary got some great shots of that leaving the pad. Currently, they have the thrust simulators installed on the bottom of Starship right now. Those act as a test rig. They essentially push up on the bottom of the thrust puck to simulate thrust loading. We don't know what the extent of that thrust simulating testing is. They could be doing 1 engine, they could be doing 3. Again, get that flashing speculation banner at the top. But there is no Raptor attached to Starship right now, just the thrust simulator. But we do expect, after a successful cryo test, we will expect to see Raptor reinstalled on Starship for a 3rd static fire test, and then the 150-meter hop, pending it all goes according to plan.
I've got another question. Does Starship use TTEB to reignite the engines? I think no, but what do you guys?
Yeah, Starship, at least the goal is to use torch igniters to ignite the engines, unlike TTAB, which is used on Falcon 9. So
correct. Falcon 9 is the one that uses TTEB. Starship does not.
So we won't see a green flash when the Raptors ignite on Starship and/or Super Heavy.
Yep, that is correct.
Are we getting some more frosting on there?
It looks
I think
like
it's starting to climb.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the frost line on the top tank is starting to climb up a bit.
Can we? Am I hallucinating, or can I see it climb with my own eyes?
It looks like in the middle of the tank, that ring around the bottom of the LOX tank is climbing up in the center along that reflection from the pad lights.
Yeah.
There's definitely still a cryo-proof test underway. We will expect the vehicle to get mostly covered in frost when they hit that maximum pressure target for tonight, which again is not a number that we know, but a good sign for that will be when we see the vehicle covered in frost in most parts of the vehicle, and we see that frost line start climbing, and then once it starts to recede, that'll be the sign that they have most likely completed tonight's testing. We have a question from Warhawk. For the one Raptor hop, has it been announced that they will land at an angle or do a power slide touchdown? That is a great question. We haven't seen any RCS boosters installed yet. Not sure if they're on there, we just can't see them. But most likely they will be using RCS thrusters of some sort to provide roll control and whatnot, given there's only going to be one Raptor. So I suppose they could maybe try to correct for that power slide at the very end with those thrusters, but I think most likely we will see a vehicle coming in slightly sideways towards that landing pad. But that's just me speculating. I don't know the answer to that, honestly.
Just because I'm that guy, I guess would it be pitch control for that specific axis? Because roll would be roll, and there'd be yaw.
Yeah.
So that would be
pitch.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, it would be pitch control.
Yep.
And I believe it would also be safer to just land at an angle because even with minimal sideways slip during landing, you probably wouldn't want that with your experimental test vehicle. So I would imagine that they would attempt to land at a slight angle compared to doing a power slide landing.
We've seen plenty of Falcon 9s come in and land kind of slightly wonky or slightly at an angle too. So I don't think it would be too big of an issue for the vehicle to come in and come down that way. Presumably they can figure out that problem and solve it. Whatever the solution is, though, I'm quite interested to see what it is. And we are getting some solid frost on the bottom of that upper methane tank, which is now being filled with liquid nitrogen. That is really exciting. That means we're well into the cryo test now.
Yeah, if you rewind the video just a couple of seconds, or maybe like 20 seconds or so, you can really see how fast that frost is beginning to climb. So they're definitely continuing to pump that liquid nitrogen into the vehicle.
Yeah, I feel like it's visible, not with my own two eyes, but I'm probably just hallucinating. I'm excited. You know what I am? I'm excited.
Another vent from Starship there. That's been going on and off for the past several minutes.
So you may, if you're just joining us, if this is your first time on the stream, you may be wondering, what the heck are these people doing? Sitting here staring at this tank with steam or something coming out of it. Why do we care? The reason is this is a test vehicle. It's a prototype of a next generation rocket that could very well be the next thing we land on the moon. And that is so exciting. And so that's why we're all tuning in and bringing this live feed to you, because this represents the next step in our exploration of space and the moon, and it's very exciting. So hopefully this vehicle gets filled up and passes the test. As interesting as the failures are and as fun as they are to watch, when nobody gets hurt and everything's fine, it's like, oh cool, look at it pop. But really, I don't think any of us in our heart of hearts wants to see this thing fail, because we all want to progress as quickly as possible into the future. And I said it before, I'll say it again: give me my flying car, give me it now. So this gets us one step closer to that. Obviously, I'm joking, that world. Yeah, so that's why we care, because this is a super cool rocket prototype. And even though it may not look like much, it's certainly the beginnings of something very, very interesting. And I would argue it does look like much. It looks like, wow. I wish I was more articulate than that in this moment, but no, just wow.
You're forgiven. And Jack was just mentioning using Starship to land on the moon. In case you missed it, I believe it was last week. It was on a Thursday. NASA announced that they had selected 3 companies to develop human landing systems to land the next astronauts on the surface of the moon as soon as 2024. Among the 3, SpaceX was among the 3 that were selected. They bid a version of the Starship vehicle, albeit a different version that they have proposed in the past. We're actually we've actually become accustomed to calling it Moonship, I believe. But this is a different version of Starship only used for lunar missions. We assume that SpaceX will use Starship multiple times to transport astronauts to and from the lunar surface, either from Orion or the Lunar Gateway. So it can be reused multiple times, which is exactly what NASA is looking to achieve with the Artemis human landing system program. So we can expect NASA to announce the final 2 providers for the Artemis human landing system procurements once they down select to 2 providers within the coming months.
Yeah, what is the study that they're all getting paid for is what I think like 16 months or 18 months or something like that.
I believe
and at the end,
I believe it is about maybe 10 months.
okay, yeah, maybe it's
Okay,
8.
yeah, it is 10 months.
Okay, yeah. So at the end of 10 months, they'll select 2, I believe, of the 3, and yeah, we'll see from there. It's certainly the statement of SpaceX's commitment to the system that they've proposed, that it is out here and ready to go and being actively tested as we speak. We got another question here. Why do they fill it with liquid nitrogen when that isn't the fuel used in flight? Because you don't want to be spilling liquid oxygen and liquid methane all over your launch pad and potentially causing damage to your ground side equipment. And just to do this test, it's a pressure test. It's not a fueling or flight test. So they're using a liquid that can act as an analog in terms of, I presume, density and temperature, coldness, so that they can cool the steel and then stress it in with that hydraulic ram under it, under those cryogenic conditions, when it could potentially, oh well, I don't want to say be more brittle. Does the stainless steel get harder when it's cryo? I think that might be one of those counterintuitive stainless steel advantage things.
I think we heard Elon mention that at some point, but I'm not completely sure. Maybe, or now that I think back, he did mention something like that.
I don't know if brittle is the right word. I'm not a materials science expert, but Elon has definitely said that it gets stronger at colder temperatures. So the overall strength of the vehicle increases when they load these cryogenic liquids into the vehicle.
And
But
more frost as we speak, just more and more frost, which I am excited about.
Yeah, you can definitely see that frost line at the top there. Has gotten larger over the past few minutes as we've been discussing lunar Starship and the hardness of stainless steel when it gets cold. And quick thank you to Cliff Collarpriest and Anthony Albans for joining Pat Rat. We're glad that you have joined us. Thank you for your contribution to the site.
Mary, how are you doing out there? If you can hear me, I'll shut up for a second so you can respond and let us know. What are you hearing? How are you feeling? What's going on?
I can hear you. I'm just watching, just like you guys are, how frosty it's getting and the venting. Yeah.
Is your heart rate picked up a little bit? I should probably put my watch on.
Not really yet.
Not yet. The key word in that sentence, though, is
No,
yet.
not yet. Right. But it is a beautiful night.
It is, and thank you again for taking your time to be out there. I know you'd be out there anyways. But
Right.
again, thank you.
You're
Have you
welcome.
seen the drone at all? Have you had any
No,
drone
I
activity?
haven't seen I haven't seen the drone tonight.
Interesting.
Maybe it's taken a day off.
Could be. We all need a day off here and there.
Well, if you look at the vehicle now, you can see the frost on the liquid oxygen tank is starting to wrap around from the back of from the other
Wow,
side of the vehicle.
yeah, that's a
And
significant amount of frost.
I was about to say it was kind of weird that the methane tank was getting so frosty while the liquid oxygen tank we weren't seeing much frost on. So it looks like what had actually happened was that the other side of the liquid oxygen tank has completely frosted over, and we are now seeing that frost kind of wrap around the vehicle to the side that we are watching right now. Again, during Starship SN3's cryogenic proof test, they accidentally had too much methane in the methane tank, which is above the liquid oxygen tank, which caused the methane tank to collapse into the liquid oxygen tank, which wasn't filled up very much with liquid oxygen. So it would be weird to see that happen again, where there's a lot of methane and not a lot of liquid oxygen in the vehicle. But clearly, the liquid oxygen tank has a large amount of nitrogen in it right now because you are seeing all that frost wrap around it right now.
It's interesting to me the difference in the condensation we are seeing come out of the bottom of the vehicle. There is not a Raptor installed in there right now. There's a hydraulic ram, a thrust simulator. So whatever the difference in plumbing down there, we're just seeing a sort of a steady stream of condensation flowing out of the bottom of the vehicle versus before when there's a Raptor on there. I imagine the entire Raptor system, all of its plumbing, everything, turbo pumps, all get chilled down, and that entire massive, very dense amount of metal and up from the engine, all of that cold creates a much different look of the condensation from under the vehicle. So that's one indicator of just what you're watching right now. The condensation under there is just very different given the thrust simulator versus the Raptor engine, which is not currently installed. And look at that. As I flap my gums, this tank is becoming fully frosted over. We're getting close here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, if you're just joining us, you are looking at Starship SN4 on the pad. Cryo testing using liquid nitrogen is currently underway. You can see that frost beginning to envelop the Starship vehicle. You can see it almost completely obscuring the bottom liquid oxygen tank, and you can also see a small frost line in the methane tank at the top. But cryo testing is currently underway. We do expect SpaceX to conduct or pressurize the vehicle to a higher pressure than was achieved on the last Starship SN4 cryo test. They did get up to 4.9 bar on the last test. We do expect them to go over that figure during tonight's test. We don't know exactly how high the pressures will go during this test, but we can expect it to be a bit higher and closer to that flight pressure that they would achieve, or that they would use for orbital flights with Starship and potentially crewed flights as well.
Christopher, thank you for the question. Would a Nikon P900 help Mary out? We're still looking at the best options for a camera. I think right now we're using a Nikon D7500, which is a DSLR, and I'm pretty happy with the image quality. It's doing really well in low light conditions, as you can see right now. But we have yet to see how a DSLR handles a hot Texas summer, and I'm kind of concerned that we might see it overheat because DSLRs are mostly meant for still photos, not constantly generating video for several hours. So we're always looking at what equipment is best for Mary to use, but we're certainly keeping our options open in terms of camera equipment. And also, Plush Vader, welcome to Launch Director. We appreciate the support. But back to that vehicle, we are clearly getting into the business end of today's test. You can see that the liquid oxygen tank is now almost entirely covered in frost, and the methane tank is starting to frost over. It's not quite to the same state as the liquid oxygen tank, but again, Mark 1, Starship SN1, SN2, and SN1 and SN3 all failed cryogenic proof testing. SN4 has so far completed one successful cryogenic proof test, but we are waiting to see how it fares tonight during a little bit of a more challenging test than it last faced at cryogenic nitrogen.
I'm
Fingers
really
crossed, but we'll have to see.
I'm really
Go ahead,
glad
Jack.
that I'm not the only one that has to sort of mentally pause for a moment when talking about these things and think about which name I need to say to be correct, because there's been so many of these test articles now. It's a wonder that we've seen each and every one, from rings and like, rolls of steel into a test article and then into destruction. We've seen the atoms that make them up. We've seen their birds. We've seen them grow and exist and be destroyed and be taken apart and removed. And some are still floating around, like SM2 and Starhopper back there, and some are gone and forgotten. Hopefully, some get made into Cybertrucks. That'd be really cool. But it's just a wonder that we get to see so much of this, when surely every other company builds tanks and tests tanks and pops them and does these sorts of things or similar things, but certainly not in this manner, and certainly not this aggressively, and absolutely not just directly out in the open in South Texas like this.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun when there's SN20, and we have to remember all of the results from the test campaigns of Mark 1 through SN19. That is going to be a fun challenge. We're probably going to have like a cheat sheet of the end result of each Starship during testing, because with them just big numbers, it is certainly hard to remember which one did what, even with only, I guess, 5 or 6 Starship vehicles, depending how you count it, so far.
Yeah, I'm really excited when we get to the era of the development and design of these things where we start naming them. That'll be really fun. And very rapidly, if there's no discernible way to tell them apart from each other, in the same way that we only are able to tell a Falcon 9 booster from another Falcon 9 booster by, well, if it's reused, reading the scorch marks, but sometimes, or if it's not reused, and if it is reused, also looking for the little tiny little painted on serial number below the grid fins or wherever that number is, 40, usually in the 40s, or because that's when they started doing it. But yeah, if they don't start putting a number directly on these things somewhere at some point, it's going to become difficult to tell them apart, as they have more of them at once, more of them in close proximity.
So it's interesting that the frost line on the methane tank appears to be slowly receding. However, the liquid oxygen tank is clearly still filled with a lot of liquid oxygen, or excuse me, a lot of liquid nitrogen. Again, they're using nitrogen for this test, not the actual propellants that they will use during flight, because if there's an anomaly, liquid oxygen and liquid methane will create a fireball if there's a spark of some sort, whereas nitrogen will not. But we are definitely seeing the frost line on that top methane tank slightly recede. It could just be part of the test procedure. We don't know what's going on, but the fact that the liquid oxygen tank is still covered in frost, to me, is a good sign that this test is still well underway. But again, we don't have like a back channel that has the communications net for the testing that we're seeing right now, like we have for a launch, where we can listen in on the countdown net and tell you what's happening. We're just observing what you guys all are seeing right now. So we don't know, we don't have official confirmation of exactly where they are in that test campaign right now. But if you're just tuning in, I am Michael Baylor, a reporter for NASASpaceflight. I'm joined by Jack, who is a photographer, and Tyler, who is one of our writers. And we hope you are enjoying the testing tonight. This is the 7th night, I believe, of testing we have brought to you in just over a week. I think we've had maybe one day off in the past 8 days or something like that. So The team is going strong, and most importantly, I almost forgot. I'm gonna get in big trouble right now because I just said everybody.
Seriously sitting
should
here
be
with my
fired
hand
on the
over
spot.
the mute button. I was sitting here ready to unmute and be like, well, what about Mary?
Mary, I apologize. We are, of course, also joined by Mary, who is out there in the field right now, bringing these live pictures to us all. Obviously, without Mary, none of this will be happening. So don't forget, Mary. I should be fired. I think I should just like leave the meeting right now. But hopefully, we'll see that good test tonight, and then again, there's gonna be at least one more static fire before they proceed with a 150-meter hop.
And going to take the time to answer a couple questions we have. First off, super chat from Psychonaut421. Thank you for your contribution to the site. We greatly appreciate it. Saying, thanks for the commentary and video. Does the 150-meter ceiling for the hop test mean that only the top of the vehicle can go that high or the bottom of the vehicle? Now, that is a great question. And that's also one that we don't know the answer to. It could be that the top of the vehicle could only reach 150 meters. But we're not exactly certain. We don't know what figure SpaceX is, or we don't know which end of Starship SpaceX is looking to take up to 150 meters. So again, flashing speculation banner. But it could be that the top of the vehicle would reach 150 and then they would start to descend back down towards the landing pad during the hop test.
Plush Vader also asks, anyone know how long they hold pressure once they hit their target? That's another good question that I wish I knew the answer to.
One would imagine that with this sort of thing, it's not just like okay, it's at pressure, press on it with the ram. Okay, the ram pressed, let's shut it down and go home. There's probably some sort of test regime that they're going through, whether that involves changing the pressurization of either tank independently or together, simulating some sort of flight regime. And similarly with the hydraulic ram, I don't imagine it just sits there and presses at one pressure the entire time. I imagine it goes through some sort of, I wish I had a different regime, a different word, oh god, but yeah, I imagine it goes through a process where it pushes on it different ways, and it stresses the bulkhead in different ways in order to ensure that it is sufficiently robust.
And again, this is all speculation. We do not have an exact testing schedule or testing profile that SpaceX gives us. SpaceX does not make that public, so we really don't have any confirmation as to what exactly goes on during crowd testing. But we can expect to see an extended test regime for tonight's test using that liquid nitrogen for cryo pressures.
Yeah, and when they perform a launch, it's not like they hit pressure and then they immediately start detanking the tanks. Obviously, when the engines are firing, it is losing propellant somewhat. Then they're also repressurizing the tanks to some degree as well. So they're definitely going to want to make sure that this vehicle can sustain pressure for a decent amount of time. But like Tyler said, we don't know exactly how long that is.
And there's also the whole, a vehicle generally throttles back at max Q, at maximum pressure as it ascends through the atmosphere. So it would just make sense for the hydraulic ram to sort of have a ramp up in pressure and then a peak time of pressure, similar to how a spacecraft in real life experiences that as it ascends and lifts off. Sort of like a ramp up, a peak at max Q, and then a ramp down would make sense.
And just pointing out real quick, if you're looking at Starship, that top frost line at the methane tank appears to have receded a little more. However, we can see a lot of frost still there on the liquid oxygen tank. So there is liquid nitrogen in the vehicle right now. We don't know if SpaceX is currently filling the vehicle or not, but just pointing out that there is still frost on the vehicle, so testing is still underway.
We got a
And
question in chat. Is Mary the closest person to the test right now, including SpaceX? No, Mary is near the hard checkpoint, so she is not the closest person to the test right now, but I'd say she's pretty close to the closest person to the test. Obviously a safe distance, and abiding by all the rules and regulations, and she's safe.
And Chris B was saying in chat that a lot of people are talking about there hasn't been venting for a while, and Chris B responded they could be pushing now. Yeah, that's an interesting point. We've certainly not seen a lot of venting, so I don't think, even though the frost line on the methane tank has receded a bit, they certainly have not detanked the tanks or detanked the methane tank, because we would see a lot of venting if that happened. So it certainly looks like this test is still ongoing, but as we said about 1,000 times now, we do not have the official test schedule for tonight.
So yeah, Crispy mentioned that they were probably pushing it, like meaning that they could be increasing the tank pressures up above or close to maybe 6 bar, or maybe even that 8.5 bar figure required, or not necessarily required, but in place for crew safety factor. So Starship vehicles will, or uncrewed Starship vehicles will have tank pressures up to 6 bar. The last Starship cryo test, the tanks reached about 4.9 bar. So we can expect SpaceX to be a little more aggressive tonight, obviously increasing the tank pressure above 6 bar. But again, this is all speculation. We could expect above 6 bar in terms of tank pressures. We could see close to 8.5 bar, but again, we don't know the exact details. The only confirmation we could get following a successful test tonight would be from Elon Musk on Twitter, giving the details of what exactly happened during the test.
Yeah, and Elon said that the 4.9 bar test was a softball. So we certainly expect somewhere above 4.9 bar this evening. Exactly how far above that is to be determined. But it's still interesting that that methane frost line continues to recede, but I've still not seen any venting from that tank. So one can only presume that it's still pretty well filled up, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. But
yeah, it's quite interesting that we are seeing it basically steadily recede after it had been filled. It looked quite a ways. So maybe they'll continue to drain it here, or it'll just, I mean, we don't know if it's draining or filling, but maybe that frost will continue to recede. We'll see a pause briefly, and we'll see it begin to refill. Am I mistaken? Is there more venting coming from the underside of the vehicle right now compared to before? Or maybe the wind has just changed directions.
looks about the same to me. I'm rewinding that.
Okay.
And it's probably condensation, we're thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed condensation from all that cold metal, as opposed to like a venting port or something, right? But I don't know for sure, but
yeah, it doesn't look like a, well, it doesn't necessarily look like condensation the same way the condensation around the Raptor engine did. It does sort of look like it's coming out of a port. I mean, it's sort of billowing. I don't know.
I mean, they
It's not
obviously
like
have repellent lines in that area, but
like when they have the Raptor in there and it chills down, sort of the entire region in that skirt area, that space of air fills with the condensation, and then it kind of bubbles and boils out. If that makes sense. What it looks like to me now, and I can't see a pipe or anything, but it sort of just looks like, you know, vapor flowing out of a pipe versus vapor flowing out of an inverted cup, if that makes sense.
and I'm watching that video that Elon tweeted during the last proof test when SN4 successfully reached 4.9 bar. It doesn't look like there is very much condensation coming from the bottom of that vehicle, just a very light bit of condensation, but not to the same extent we're seeing right now. So I'm not sure why that difference is, but who knows, really.
I see MDR 53229, great name, in chat, saying, really good point. I expect they will stabilize lower tank pressure to prevent it from collapsing while filling the top tank. So yeah, that makes sense. Seems plausible.
Yeah, that could be the case. Again, we don't have the exact testing procedure from SpaceX. They did not give us an exact testing procedure. So this is all speculation as of right now. That could be the case, especially after what happened with Starship SN3, which had a mistake during the test configuration where we saw the topmost tank, the methane tank, filled, and then not much happening on the uh, liquid oxygen tank on the lower section of Starship. And during cryo-proof testing with the SN3 vehicle, the vehicle collapsed and the test failed. So, quick point, that could be the case right now, but this is all speculation. But we could be seeing that right now.
Someone is pointing out in chat that there is a venting area on the other side of the Starship that has been seen from everyday astronauts' camera angle during those previous tests. We can actually generally see that venting from this angle too. It kind of occurs on the left from our vantage point. It could be that the winds tonight are blowing it in a different direction, but typically for these cryogenic proof tests, I've only seen much venting from those two ports at the top of the two tanks, which are directly facing us right now. So I don't think that other area is currently venting right now. I think we would probably see it even with the wind direction tonight.
And you can also see some venting or condensation from those propellant storage tanks or liquid nitrogen storage tanks that are on the left next to Starship. You can see a bit of yellow condensation. I can assure you that is not fire. That is just the condensation being backlit by some sodium lighting at the pad that makes it look yellow and makes it look like fire. But I can guarantee it is not fire. Nothing is burning at the pad right now.
Got Christopher Ashford in chat saying frost lines do tend to recede then grow more. It happened on every cryo test this way. So, all right, Chris, take your word for it.
That is true. There was definitely some receding and then refrosting on the previous cryo test. So we'll see what happens.
You'd think I'd remember having edited all of the footage of all of them on all the videos that we put out, but that stuff becomes like you churn through it after a little while, and it's hard to watch every little bit when you're getting it out on a deadline.
Yeah, and it's also hard. Like we saw off the liquid oxygen tank, it didn't look like there was very much frost on the tank, and then all of a sudden, all the sides of the vehicle just sort of wrapped around. So it could be that there is more frost on the other side of the methane tank that we are not currently seeing. It doesn't always frost symmetrically as it works its way up the vehicle for some reason. I'm not quite sure why that is.
It looks like the wind is coming, from the left side of the screen going towards the right side of the screen, and it also looks correspondingly like that side, the left side of the vehicle, it lacks frost due to the wind blowing against the vehicle and melting the frost or condensation, whatever you want to call it. So it's interesting that yeah, it could be that if we're 6 o'clock looking towards 12, oh god, if you were looking at the vehicle from 3, it's at the center of the clock, that area might have frost on it, but we can't see that side. It's like the back side of the vehicle from our perspective currently. Are the COPVs frosty? They kind of look like they're frosty
I'm not
on
sure.
the right side.
Mary, can you tell?
I was just gonna try and look with the binoculars to see if I can see.
And again, folks, if you are just joining us tonight, cryo-proof testing with Starship SN4 is underway right now. You can see quite a bit of frost on one of the tank sections of Starship right now. Mary is out there filming for us as always. She is quite the machine, bringing us this fantastic live view for us.
Yeah, I can't really tell if the COPVs are frosted. They do look light in color, which I know they're black. So
Yeah, it
do they
almost looks to me like the underside of each one is kind of lighter colored, which is why I was asking.
yeah, right. Do they typically frost?
I don't think that's abnormal or unexpected. I'm just like trying to look for signs of continued cooling around or in the vehicle. Presumably that would have been anticipated since the whole thing frosts up anyways.
Right.
Do you have any mosquitoes or anything out there tonight? How is it?
No, actually, there's not. Last night there was, but not tonight.
Yeah, that's exactly why I asked. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
And the weather forecast, we thought we might see some rain, but hopefully it's clearing up or won't hit, or I don't remember what our current. Whoa, Elliot Turner in chat. Wow, I'm honestly kind of speechless. Thank you so much. $150 super chat. Thank you so much, Elliot Turner. Wow, that is huge, and that money will go directly towards improving what we do here and keeping it up, because it's definitely not cheap. Thank you so much. That really, wow, wow. Thank you.
And speaking of future equipment that we need to upgrade, we have some new cables and whatnot on the way so that we do not have to swap the batteries onto DSLR, which, if you've been watching the stream, is a bit of an annoying thing we have to do right now. Basically, DSLRs are meant to have a battery always inserted, but they don't have an easy way to externally power them. But we do have some equipment on the way that will eliminate the need for us to do those battery swaps, which cause us to temporarily lose the feed. But the reason I'm bringing up the battery swaps right now is that we are running into the window where we have to do a battery swap, or we will risk running out of power. So with that methane tank currently not frosty, Mary, I think it might be a good time to perform a battery swap so that we can be back live when they start to get that top methane tank all chilly and ready for the test. So what do you think about doing a battery swap now, Mary?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so let me know when you're ready, and then I will cut away for a second. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. And go for it.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll be right back in a second, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Mary is currently doing a NASCAR-style pit stop. We'll see how fast it goes tonight. I think we've definitely been getting faster each and every
And we're
time.
good.
See, so is the solo ready and pushing numbers?
Yes.
So,
Let me just check. Yes, we do.
We have numbers and we have a picture. Wow. That was definitely our fastest pit stop today.
Yeah,
that was not even close. That was like
that-
lightning speed.
Yeah,
Everybody
that was definitely a record.
Everybody put your thanks in the chat for Mary for having to put up with these annoying battery swaps, because that was super quick. I thought for sure I was going to jinx it and we were going to have a really bad problem when I said we've been getting faster every day. But that was by far our fastest battery swap we've done so far. That was great work.
Yeah, and like we said, that won't be happening soon here. It won't be necessary, but holy cow, that was fast.
Yep, that was definitely a record.
Chat is blowing up with thanks, Marys, and definitely it is a sentiment that is echoed by all of us here. So far, if you're just joining us tonight, we just got back from a battery swap, and looks like we are in a sort of a steady state with the vehicle here. Earlier, we saw some loading, some tanking of liquid nitrogen, and we are waiting to see what they do next. The road is still closed. Everything is still appears set for continued testing tonight. They don't appear to be working any issues, at least from our perspective that we can see. And so now, as always with this sort of thing, we sit back, we wait, and we watch and hope something cool happens. Oh, I did it again.
And I did see some questions earlier regarding the amount of frost on Starship, and saying that there is quite a bit of frost on the liquid oxygen tank there that you can see. There's not much frost on the left side of it, if you can tell, and there's not much frost, or if any frost, on the liquid methane tank at the top. We did see on the last cryo test that there were patches of unfrosted metal compared to what we're seeing right now. So there could be some heating going on one side that is not consistent on the other side. So that area of the vehicle could be receiving less frost than the other side.
We need to come up with like a Starship testing bingo card or something, like, you know, have a square be like flare stack gets huge, have a square like methane tank frosty, have a square for LOX tank frosty, have a square for I don't know, yellow cloud of condensation could be the central square. Maybe the central square is flare stack, but yeah, I don't know. We sit here and stare at this thing for hours at a time. I'm starting to think it'd be cool if we all had a shared game that we could play along with each other. I might want to make up some Starship bingo or something.
Fernando asks, "Hi guys, where is John tonight?" By John, I'm assuming he means Doss. If you follow him on Twitch, you may know him as Doss. Otherwise, his real name is John. Doss is taking a break tonight, but he is still monitoring our technical side on the back end to make sure that we're getting this clean picture. And he will certainly be back for future live streams this week. He was also on NSF Live, our weekly live show. If you tuned into that earlier today, it's on every Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the NASASpaceflight YouTube channel. So Doss is certainly active. He's just taking a break from being a host tonight. Of course, we all do have our personal lives and whatnot, so that's why we have a bunch of people who are trained to be able to help out and host. And if you watch our previous Starship testing videos, you will see that we're always rotating through who is on camera. And also,
what if Fernando was asking about John Krause? Where's John Krause tonight?
I don't know. That's a good question. Where is John Krause tonight?
I don't know. I was trying to come up with a funny joke, but
I'm watching. I know. I'm watching chat. He's gonna type a message any second.
Yeah, stand by.
Freaky cool videos. Thank you for the super chat. And Ridgeway, thank you for the super chat. And Fernando says, "You guys are doing an awesome job. Thank you. We're glad you like the stream."
But yes, to answer your original question, no, Doss is not on tonight, but he will be back soon. So you will get to see his Bluebird footage again and within the next couple of days.
And look
Max
at that.
Wohlers in chat says, no dam for the Boca Chica area is up. Hop possible tomorrow. No, we're not expecting a hop tomorrow. They would need at least, a day, 12 to 24 hours or so to and reinstall the Raptor on there before we would expect any sort of hop activity. And that's not the only thing they would have to do. There's the addition of whatever they're going to do thruster wise for roll, pitch, and yaw control.
Yeah.
So yeah, we definitely no hop tomorrow. That much we can say for certain.
According to a road closure request that SpaceX submitted, The next testing window, which opens on Monday, is for a static fire attempt. And like all previous static fires, SpaceX has a NOAATM up just so that pilots are not flying an aircraft near the vehicle if it were to explode. So even for just ground testing, whenever the vehicle is fueled with methane and liquid oxygen, there is a NOAATM so that the planes stay away from this vehicle. So that is why you may see a NOAATM. It is not necessarily a sign of a hop. But again, we do know that the testing that starts Monday is for a static fire because in SpaceX's submission to the county to close the roads, they specified the reason for closing the roads, and that was a static fire. And if you look at that liquid oxygen tank, the kind of on the left side, there was that sliver that was not fully frosted over, and it looks like that has
Yep.
now begun to frost over. So
Yep, good eye.
certainly
Fully
this
frosted.
test is still continuing, and we should be seeing that methane tank get frosty next. So that's going to be exciting. As we've mentioned before, 3 prototypes so far have failed this test. So fingers crossed that SN4 has already passed one of them, which is better than Mark 1, SN1, or SN3. So if all goes well, we'll finally see that first Starship flight, which I'm sure we're all looking forward to.
You can see quite a bit of venting there, just above those 2 horizontal tanks on the left side. You can see quite a bit of venting from the propellant storage tanks or the liquid nitrogen storage tanks that they have at the pad right now. And you can also see some yellow condensation that looks like fire. It is not fire. It is just rather intense venting from one of those propellant tanks that is backlit by some sodium lighting that they have to light up those tanks. So there is no flame from those propellant tanks right now. That is just some intense venting.
I'm seeing a lot of people talking about whether or not SpaceX needs a new FAA license to conduct the 150-meter hop. And that is an interesting point. SpaceX did get an FAA license for a 150-meter hop with Starhopper, of course, because they ended up conducting that test flight. It sounds like, based on a tweet that Elon replied to earlier this week, they might be hoping to use that existing launch license for the 150-meter hop with Starship, although, however, it is also true that Starship is a much larger vehicle than Starhopper, so it would make sense if the FAA requested that SpaceX submit a new license for this test flight, given that the safety parameters for this vehicle are going to be quite a bit different than Starhopper, given that if something goes wrong, there's going to be a lot more propellant on this vehicle. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. And one of our NASA spaceflight moderators is telling me that they do have permission for one hop with these test vehicles, but they will need permission to do additional testing. And of course, the approval for a 20-kilometer hop is going to be especially interesting because there is a village nearby that people live in. So how they're going to handle that whole situation is yet to be determined, and what kind of FAA approval will be required to launch this vehicle about 1.5 miles or so from a village. But of course, SpaceX will work with the FAA to find a safe solution to perform that test. It is likely that we will see the Starship vehicle pitch downrange over the Gulf of Mexico during that 20-kilometer test flight to limit the risk to people in the nearby area, and they may also evacuate the local community to improve the safety of that test flight.
quick question from David Analyst. Is there a Raptor on Starship SN4? Currently, there is no Raptor installed on Starship right now. There are thrust simulators that are installed or in place near the bottom of the Starship vehicle. The Raptor engine that was used to perform the 2 static fire tests with the vehicle has been removed. Mary did get some fantastic photos and videos of the Raptor leaving the pad that you can check out on the NASA Spaceflight forums and also in the videos on our channel. But currently, there is no Raptor on Starship SN4 right now. But if we do see a successful cryo test tonight, SpaceX will look to reinstall that Raptor engine as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Look at that. We are fully frosted.
And just for some additional clarification on that licensing question, the single hop was already used by Starhoppers. That's a single hop total, not like a single hop in addition to one that was already conducted. So for the 150-meter hop with Starship, it's possible that they can just resubmit that license request and get it granted again. But given the different size, I would guess the FAA is going to want a lot more work done for the 150-meter hop. So getting that approval from the FAA will certainly be an important step before we see this vehicle fly to 150 meters. And people are also wondering about the FCC license. SpaceX did submit a request for an FCC permit to conduct the communications to and from the vehicle during that hop. But that is different than the FAA launch license. The FAA is in charge of making sure that the overall test is safe to conduct and whatnot. The FCC just gives SpaceX permission to use the frequencies needed to communicate with the vehicle during flight. So that's the 2 key licenses that SpaceX has. The FCC will not be a challenge for SpaceX. That's a pretty routine thing that they file for with every launch. The FAA is a bit different given that this is a test flight, especially one that is close to a local community. So a lot of analysis has to be done to prove that this can be done safely before the FAA is going to sign off on this test. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with that one. And thanks to Dave Wilson for the membership. We appreciate the support.
Yep. Welcome to Red Team. Your membership is greatly appreciated.
I feel like every cryo test we've seen so far, the frosting pattern has occurred in a very different way. If I had to guess, it would be because they are experimenting with different configurations to test the vehicle in different ways. But we certainly are seeing a fully frosted liquid oxygen tank, which is that middle, maybe like middle half of the vehicle that you're looking at. And on top of that is the location of the methane tank, which has no frost right now. And then below that is that thrust section. Inside the thrust section are those hydraulic pistons that are pushing up on that thrust dome at the base of the liquid oxygen tank to simulate the thrust of the Raptors. There are also 6 landing legs located inside that thrust area, which will be used for the first time during the 150-meter test flight. And another interesting note about that bottom part of the test of the thrust section, it was actually salvaged from the SN3 collapse during a cryogenic proof test. So we have not confirmed that the landing legs are the same, but it is likely that the exact same landing legs that were installed on SN3 are now on SN4. We can certainly confirm that the overall outer structure of that thrust section, or the bottom half of that thrust section, is the same as SN3, as the markings on it matched exactly with what we saw on the previous prototype.
Do you think, I'm just going to, out of sake of something fun to do, I'm just going to roll this grenade into the room. Do you think it would then be more fair to call it SN like 3.5 and then SN5 would be SN4?
I mean, it is true that the thrust section is one of the most challenging parts of the vehicle that they've been working on. a lot of the not SN3, but like SN1, for instance, failed because the thrust section of the vehicle failed to withstand the load. So it might be fair, but I believe, I'm not positive about this, but I believe the actual thrust dome on this vehicle is new. It's just those lower sections of outer steel that were salvaged from SN3, in which case I would argue that it's not a very significant piece of the vehicle. It's really that dome that is the key section. So
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't want to make things any more confusing, but it was just a fun question to prompt your very good comments there, which I will agree with. If you think of Starship in the same way as a rocket, in the same way designed that Falcon 9 is, Falcon 9 has that octaweb thrust structure, which would be the equivalent to what we're looking at here with that same the thrust bulkhead or thrust dome or thrust puck. So it would make sense to me to think of that as sort of the heart of a specific vehicle. And so if this has the SN4 dome or puck, then it's definitely SN4. I see some people in chat are giving their opinions. I see it's Hoppy 6. It's 3.95. It's I'm obviously this is just chatting and joking. It's SN4. It's SN4. But
not to make it any more confusing, but about the Raptors also have a serial number based naming scheme. For instance, the Raptor that was used for the previous static fires on this vehicle was SN18. But just because a Raptor is called SN18 does not mean that all the components on that Raptor debuted with SN18. And this is something that a lot of people don't realize, is that the Raptor engine has a very modular design, so they can swap in and swap out different components on the Raptor engine very easily. And that means that if SN14, for instance, this is just a hypothetical situation, I'm not saying this actually happened, but if SN14 has some sort of, it does a lot of testing and it has some parts that have a lot of wear and tear, so they have to retire the engine. They may take out some components that didn't have as much wear and tear and put them on a higher number Raptor serial number. So just because the Raptor is called SN18 does not mean that all of the parts on the Raptor debuted with that Raptor engine. And that is also
now you're giving me images in my head of like a Raptor serial number 20, but it's got a serial number like 17 Bell on it, and that's the most visible part, and it's just got a big white lettering on the side of it that says 17, and so everyone looks at it and goes, well, that's Raptor 17, and it's like, well, no, that's Bell 17. That's
in fact,
there's a little bit more nuance to it, I guess.
In fact,
is what you're
the
saying.
engine bells that have the big number on them, a lot of people think if the bell says 18, that means it's Raptor SN18. That is not true. The number on the engine bell is the serial number for just the engine bell. At least that's what we understand. It just happens that often the Raptors have a new engine bell. So for SN18, for instance, it also happens to have the SN18 engine bell. But I believe, I'm not positive about this, but I believe the actual serial number component that determines the serial number for the Raptor is the liquid oxygen power head. But we don't have any, that's more of a rumor. We don't have the unofficial word on that, but I believe some of the stuff we've seen that the liquid oxygen power head is what determines the serial number of the overall Raptor engine.
That makes sense. When they were designing the RS-25s, I think I think Aerojet, as part of their proposal, or maybe shortly afterwards, they did like a power head demo. And it makes sense to demo that because that's such a core component of the engine.
Yeah.
So yeah, if it was a specific serial number power head, in the same way that the thrust puck being a certain serial number would kind of dictate what the entire vehicle serial number is, that makes sense that the power head would be that for the engine.
And another thing that's important to remember along these lines, a lot of people think that because they're at SN26 right now, or whatever it is, I think that was about, I forget the exact number that Elon tweeted last. They're somewhere in the mid-20s right now. A lot of people think that if SN18 is being used right now, it must mean that SN19 through 20, whatever, are ready to go. Again, it could be that some of those other Raptors have had parts used on other Raptors, which means that there are not actually, 6 or 8 other Raptors sitting around right now. So in terms of the flight-ready Raptors that are available to be used for testing, we don't know the number, but we know that they have at least 3 because we saw Elon tweet that photo of 3 flight-ready Raptors in Boca Chica, and they will need 3 Raptors for SN5 and 6, which will be doing tests with 3 engines as opposed to just 1, assuming all goes well with SN4.
All right, we've got a little bit of development here. Thank goodness. Looks like Mary in our Discord has said that she saw the drone go up. So the drone is up, which we know is a general good indication of the continued testing of this vehicle. So drone up, good thing, is my brief summary of what I just said.
So we'll keep an eye on the camera feed and see if we see that small red dot appear on screen. There's usually a red light on the drone. That's a good giveaway about where the drone is in relation to the launch site. And we're still not sure if they just are using the drone for video or if they have some special cameras on the drone designed to detect leaks and whatnot. But they certainly do some kind of aerial reconnaissance with that drone.
Yeah, it very well could have an infrared camera on there. That's totally a thing that exists and could be useful for them in this time.
So if
I'd really love,
Oh.
I'd love to know and pick the brain of whoever at SpaceX sets up their engineering cameras and stuff like that, because surely they have so many of them, and surely they have such amazing views with such amazing cameras that we don't ever get to see because it's an engineering camera. It's not for public consumption. And we've seen that bank of cameras sitting there on Hoppy. Surely there's many more around the pad that we can't see as obviously, and all of their pads. And I would just love to know, why was it set up like this? Why'd you choose to put it on Hoppy? Was it just Hoppy was there? It's good elevation. What is in that array of cameras? Is there anything infrared? I mean, I have so many questions. I watched that shuttle best of the best engineering camera video a little bit earlier today, and it kind of got me thinking about what sort of cameras engineering wise they have around these pads, and the really amazing views they are surely getting.
And some people have noticed that SpaceX has installed some cameras on the side of Starhopper, which you can see peering around the corner behind those vertical tanks just to the left of Starship SN4. SpaceX has installed cameras meant to record testing. So we won't see footage from those cameras, but they are being used to monitor testing, which is going on right now, and get some insight as to what is happening during these tests. And again, if you're just joining us, cryo testing with the Starship SN4 vehicle is underway right now. The vehicle is being filled with liquid nitrogen, which is a good substitute for cryogenic propellants for this test, because in the event of a RUD, or rapid unscheduled disassembly, you wouldn't necessarily want liquid methane and liquid oxygen spilling around the launch site and potentially causing more damage to your hardware or your pad lines or your electrical equipment or anything like that. So SpaceX is using liquid nitrogen as a substitute for those propellants, and is actually creating quite a bit of frost. You can see that liquid oxygen tank, which consists of the middle section of Starship, looking quite frosty with that white appearance. Not seeing much frost on the upper section of Starship, which is the methane tank. But it could be because that we could be observing a difference in testing procedure. We do not know. We do not know exactly what is happening with the testing procedure tonight. SpaceX does not give us an exact testing regiment for these kinds of tests. But we are seeing quite a slight variation in the procedure tonight compared to past tests. So if you're just joining us, cryo testing is underway, and we could expect to see it continue further into the evening.
Yeah, so the next thing, like you said, would be seeing that upper tank, which is normally going to be a methane tank. Right now, we're filling both with liquid nitrogen, and like you said, that nitrogen is used because it's a safer than methane and liquid oxygen simulant that is used because if the vehicle did experience a leak or we hopefully not any sort of destructive event, it would be safer and because to release that nitrogen because it's inert and 70 something percent of our atmosphere is nitrogen. And I'm just going to say it before I even look over in chat to see if anybody is asking, but that yellow in the lower left, near the lower left corner of the frame, that's not fire. That's just yellow backlit condensation from the tank farm. It's looking especially fiery right now, but it's not. It's just condensation. Oh, thank you, Christian Lilly, for the $2 super chat. Frosty the Starship is a jolly happy soul. I saw somebody else say Starship looks like, or Hoppy looks like a R2D2 back there. It does kind of have like an R2D2 vibe.
Yeah, I always get that. I always get that feeling when looking at it from not necessarily this angle, but from other angles. It makes me laugh a little bit inside.
Was there a Star Wars movie that came out near the end of last year or in the summer last year?
I believe there was, but I'm not totally certain.
Man, that would have been a great tie-in.
I'm almost wondering if they're not going to fill up or make the methane tank super frosty tonight for some reason, but I have no idea.
That could be the case.
It's just weird that the drone would be in the air when that's usually the sign that they're getting into the riskier portion of the test, and it's a bit odd that we do not have a super frosty methane tank right now, but who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be that they've determined that in order to perform this test, they don't need to fill the upper methane tank, in part because of the anomaly that they saw for SN3 with that testing procedure event where it crumple popped. So that could totally be the case where we're only going to see the lower tank frost up tonight, even though we did see the upper tank frost a little bit. Maybe that was enough to test what they needed with the upper tank, given that it is not sharing a bulkhead, that is cryogenic on one side and ambient air temperature on the outside with Raptor thrust applied. It's just a common bulkhead. So presumably the upper methane tank does not necessarily need to be pressed or filled to the same degree to be tested as the lower LOX tank. That's just my gut though. So
Yeah.
So here we're gonna just watch as the LOX tank. I mean, I'm gonna go back in time here, rewind, see about 10 minutes. The tank looks about the same, but I just wanna, yeah, I can't really. So I'm looking at the feed line that's going up the side, and you can see that it's not frosty, and then it enters the frosty portion and becomes frosty, and then it climbs up the top of the vehicle and is not frosty again. I'm talking about that central feed line, that pipe that runs up the vehicle. So if you rewind about 10 minutes or so, I accidentally just minimized my screen. Stand by. Okay, so if you rewind like 10 minutes or so, does it look like that pipe just go back 10 minutes and then come to now, then go back 10 minutes and then come to now? Is that pipe getting more frosty? No, I think I'm just being wishful. But yeah, so we're just gonna wait for signs of any sort of changes.
And thank you to Flat Plainstone for the super chat. Your contribution to the site is greatly appreciated.
We got, hey, Marcus House. We got Marcus House in chat saying, gut feel for me is that they will do a lower pressure on LOX, then add methane and pressure that up before doing the full pressure. I could also be more than wrong. Well, thanks for your input, Marcus. You know, we're all sort of reading the tea leaves here and basing our speculation. It's all informed speculation, but ultimately speculation. At least for me, definitely more. You know, it's a balance between being informed and speculation. So thank you for adding your piece to the puzzle. I think that would make a, you know, that'd be a good bet. So right now we would be in the lower pressure on LOX stage of that hypothesis, and hopefully soon we start to see the upper methane tank start to get pressured or frosty or indication of something going on in one way or another.
And a question from SEA8 or HH. How much pressure today? All the way to 8.5. I assume he means 8.5 bar. They could be pressurizing the tanks to that level, but again, we are not totally certain. This is all speculation. We know that SpaceX did perform a cryo test using liquid nitrogen a few days prior to tonight's test. They did reach 4.9 bar with that test, which Elon said on Twitter was a softball, or was soft compared to what they would need for the pressures required for orbital flights using Starship, which I believe is about 6 bar. But Elon did say on Twitter that the 4.9 bar would be enough for a short flight, but it appears that SpaceX is getting a little more aggressive with tonight's test. We're not sure what figure they would reach with tonight's cryo test, but we assume they could go over that 6 bar figure, maybe get close to that 8.5 bar figure, which is required. I said it again, not required, but in place for crew safety factors. So astronauts would fly on Starship vehicles with tank pressures up to 8.5 bar. But we could see them getting close to it. But we assume that they're going over that 6 bar figure, which is in place for uncrewed flights with orbital starships.
So yeah, I mean, we just kind of sit and wait to see what happens. I mean, we're standing by for any sort of developments and hoping that we can see something interesting happen. We've already seen a lot interesting already happen. And so if you're just joining us or if you're wondering what you may have missed earlier in the stream, the vehicle started off normal and not frosty, and they tanked the top portion, the methane tank, a little bit, and then they tanked the bottom portion a lot while seemingly detanking the top portion. And now we are standing by and just trying to wait and figure out if we can see what happened and what they're going to do next.
And a super chat from Jorge Colorado, the $5 super chat. We greatly appreciate your contribution to the site today. And if you look to the right, just to the right of Starship, you can see the flare stack in action, albeit with a smaller flame than what we would normally see during a fueling test with liquid methane and liquid oxygen, or during static fires. Well, you can see a little bit of a little more flaring there. But the flare stack is always in action. We do not expect SpaceX to use it for tonight's cryo testing, as how they're using liquid nitrogen instead of the liquid methane fuel. But the flare stack is always in action during these tests, just because it is part of the fueling system for Starship, and that they would need to burn some of that off, or vent it out and then burn it off.
Yeah, until
to
soon.
circle
I
around.
believe Elon recently said on Twitter that they're going to be recapturing that methane and reusing it versus burning it off as they are right now. So looking forward to that. Although that flare is kind of a welcome sight and gives us one more data point even if it's a non-data point and we're all, being laughed at by SpaceXers, they think the flare means something, maybe, but it gives us something to look at on these long nights. So it'll be bittersweet when it's no longer a thing.
And thank you to Christopher Burke for the $10 super chat. I'm not. He posted one of those gifs, which is like a flying bean of some sort, or it looks like a super.
It's like is that a pear? I don't know. There must be like a emoji set of pears on here, like one of those preloaded ones. Gotta love it.
Yeah, but thank you for your contribution. It is much appreciated.
1,000 dots in chat. Does a flare stack burn all the time or just during testing? Yeah, it basically burns all the time. If they have methane on site, it'll burn all the time. Because methane heats up and it has to be burnt off as it heats up.
Mary, if you can hear this, do you have any idea if the drone is still in the air?
I believe it came back. I didn't see it land, but it came back towards us or towards me. So
That's really interesting.
Yeah, that would seem to be a good sign that whatever phase of the testing they were going through, where they wanted the drone in the air for, has seemingly occurred without any evidence of something going wrong. So that's a good sign. Again, we don't know if there's more testing to occur tonight or if this is all for tonight. We were expecting that top methane tank to frost up, but it could just be that this specific test did not require that. So who really knows what's happening, but certainly the drone going out and then coming back without any incident on the vehicle is a good sign, because they generally put that drone up when something riskier is about to happen.
Correct. Yeah, they generally have that in the air when they want footage or views of something interesting about to happen. That's why we tend to get hyped up, because if you have ever flown one of those or know anybody that does, they have a limited airtime based on the battery on the unit. So you can generally tell, once the drone's up, it's not going to be in the air for much longer than 20 or 30 minutes. I think would be the absolute max. So if drone's in the air, something is imminent, and if the drone is back, that's an interesting situation. Perhaps they threw it up in the air to check on the vehicle before proceeding to the next stage of tests, making sure everything is good and in whatever steady state that they are in right now. We don't know what the drone was up for. Do we see it on screen just a couple seconds ago? Mary, do you see it in the air right now?
no, I don't see it in the air.
I'm pretty sure that was a bird getting illuminated by the pad lights.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I bet you're right.
It looked kind of sloping down motion at least to it, which either meant a bad drone pilot or a bird.
Might have been an owl. Mary did confirm a while back that there are owls in Boca Chica, so could have been an owl.
Yes, there
looking
is.
for some food.
So yeah, I said it before, say it again. Now we sit and wait to see what happens next. Maybe the flare stack will give us a nice big burp or something just to keep things interesting, even though it's not really a part of what's going on tonight. So we just wait. I think there's still the same amount of condensation coming from the underside of the vehicle. The LOX tank appears to still have the same amount of frost on it. And so we're just sort of waiting to see what happens next.
Thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. Watching in Sydney, Australia. Love your work, like watching history unfold. I'm pretty sure that all of us would agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree 100% with that.
So if you're just joining us, we are waiting and watching and we're very excited because this is a tanked Starship. At least the LOX tank is tanked right now with liquid nitrogen, and it's very frosty. And that is nothing to shake a stick at. That's a very large vehicle. Even though your sense of scale can be distorted at distances like this, it is extremely large. And so that's a lot of liquid nitrogen. So now we just sort of wait. Did I just see venting? I'm going to rewind a little bit. I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Yeah.
No,
I could
didn't
hear
see
that.
it. You could?
Yeah, I could hear that.
Max says, big thanks for being out here night after night with these streams, and especially shout out to Mary. I love to be able to show all of your footage to my children one day when people are already living up on Mars.
Yeah, so I rewinded it. What you heard, that was a vent. I'm not insane. There was a top tank vent, a little quickie. So interesting. Something's happening. Yay.
Very interesting indeed.
And we haven't seen venting for a while now. So most likely what has happened is that they stopped venting the vehicle to let it get fully pressurized. And then that could just been a normal, slight release of pressure vent. But at some point, we will expect to see a lot of venting when they move towards fully detanking this vehicle.
Gee, I mean, yeah, we don't know if they're ready to detank or not yet. Hopefully there's some more testing in store for us, or, it's very curious that we've been paused for a little bit now. I mean, I wonder if part of the test procedure is just sitting for a period of time and making sure every piece and part is super, super cold, or, yeah, so I'm super curious to find out what exactly we're watching right now and what happens next.
Yeah, it seems like they're either going to proceed with filling up that methane tank as well, or they were just doing the liquid oxygen tank tonight. Even though we did see some frost in the methane tank earlier, it's possible they were just lightly pressurizing that tank and being a bit more aggressive with liquid oxygen tank. But we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But the next, there's some more venting right there from that looked like it was from the methane tank. So clearly, the methane tank is not completely empty, even though it's not frosty. But again, they're waiting to see if they're going to detank the vehicle from here or if they're going to proceed with additional testing.
And I saw a question a minute ago from 1,000 Dots. What times do they have for testing today? So they have a window, or tonight's testing window opened at 9 p.m. local time, or which is 9 p.m. Central time. That is when the road closures for Boca Chica Highway 4 went into effect. The window, or the testing window, would run up until about 6 a.m. local time, so about 6 a.m. Central, where Mary is located. That would be the hard stopping point for testing, at which point Starship would have to be fully detanked and no activity with fueling or testing or anything going on. So the window would be from 9 a.m. To 6 or 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sorry. If they have completed testing tonight or are looking to do additional testing, well, if they were looking to do additional testing, they have until about 6 a.m. to do so. If they've completed testing tonight, judging by the venting, they could be detanking. But again, this is all speculation. But if they have completed testing for tonight, they do have another window tomorrow. I believe they do.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so they have another window available for tomorrow. Again, starting at 9 p.m. local time.
And as chat is pointing out right now, we are now seeing new frost on the methane tank. If you look just at the top of the liquid oxygen tank, there's a very small gap. And then above that, there is additional frost forming. So it appears that that methane tank is starting to get frosty again, which is a great sign. We did see a couple vents from that tank just a few minutes ago, so it is very possible that they are continuing to pour more liquid nitrogen, into that methane tank. So clearly testing does not appear to be done for tonight just yet.
Awesome.
And thank you, My Gorans. I think I'm saying that wrong, but thank you for the $5 super chat saying, thanks, Mary, for all that you do. We could not echo that statement anymore. Thank you to Mary for being out there tonight and bringing us this amazing live footage for us. And also a question from Jeffrey Ashcroft. Any idea what pressure it is at? We currently do not have any numbers as to the current tank pressure for Starship SN4. We do know that they're looking to go above that 4.9 bar figure that they reached during the last cryo test. We do not know exactly how far they will push the pressurization for this vehicle or for this test tonight. We do expect them to go over that 6 bar figure, which is in place for uncrewed Starship flights to orbit. There is also a 1.4 crew safety factor for crewed flights on Starship, which would need about 8.5 bar for tank pressures. So this testing round tonight could get close to that, but we're not entirely sure. This is all speculation at this point.
Thank you, Sebastian, for joining the red team. And interestingly enough, it looks like that frost line on that CH4 tank continues to rise. So very good sign.
Yep, it seems like they're not done for tonight.
And there's some additional venting that we continue to see from that methane tank happening off and on. So clearly an active environment on top of this vehicle right now. And we've not seen any venting from the LOX tank, at least that I've seen. It's possible that frost is making the venting harder to see on that tank, but it definitely looks like they are maintaining pressure in that liquid oxygen tank and now beginning to fill up that methane tank. But again, while these tanks are designed for liquid oxygen and methane during this flight, or during this test, during Starship tests, what was that?
Whoa, big vent from the liquid oxygen tank.
Here we go. Yeah, so that would either be detanking or an abort of some kind. I don't think it would necessarily be an abort. But we really don't know. But
It might just
clearly detanking.
Well, I don't know. It could just be that that tank was sitting around for a while with no venting, and now they're just reducing some of that pressure because there's probably been some boil off and whatnot in that tank, but who knows? Definitely a lot of venting though.
Good point. This is activity's picking up. This is awesome. Mary, can you hear that?
Yes, I can.
Oh wow.
Wow, that was cool.
But now it stopped. That methane tank continues to vent. Well, anyways, going back to what I was failing to say when that happened, we keep saying methane liquid oxygen tanks. That is the propellant that is used during a normal test flight. This is just a cryogenic proof test without any engine firings. So they're just using liquid nitrogen if you are just joining us and haven't heard that whole spiel before. But yeah, a lot of venting. So unclear if they have decided to detank the vehicle or if they are just getting a lot of activity right now as they move into the next stage of testing. But that
I'm seeing that methane tank get more frosty.
Yeah, that's
I'm
what I was about to
wondering
say.
that vent has been on, I think, consistently for a while now. So I'm wondering if that is actually frosting because they're loading that top tank, or if it's frosting because it's the old physics expending all of the gas inside of it, so it's cooling.
Yeah, it definitely looks more like frost though than just light condensation like we saw during the previous ambient temperature test the other night. So hopefully that is liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen being loaded into that vehicle, and they're just venting out some of that excess gas right now.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Because as that liquid nitrogen warms up, it does turn into gas, so then they vent it out.
and you can see that frost line rising pretty rapidly right now.
Yeah.
So
Super
maybe,
rapidly. Look at that go. Wow.
yeah.
It definitely seems like they're just pumping liquid nitrogen into that tank right now.
So we could be getting toward the business end of testing here, if my assumptions are correct. Possibly. And now seeing a lot more venting from that liquid methane tank at the top. So to recap, if you are just joining us right now, you are looking at Starship SN4 undergoing cryogenic testing right now using liquid nitrogen. You could see both tanks, both the liquid methane tank at the top and then the liquid oxygen tank, which consists of the middle section. You can see venting from both those tanks. So there is liquid nitrogen in the system right now. We have seen SpaceX fill this vehicle, or at least fill the liquid oxygen tank up to full levels a little while ago. We also saw a little frost on the bottom side of the methane tank, although that frost receded a short while later. But it appears as though they are full on testing this vehicle right now. You can see a lot of venting from Starship. And you can also see that frost line in the methane tank rising pretty rapidly. So
I think
they are-
that's a double vent. I don't think we've seen the scale of yet. That's a really cool billowing double vent there.
Yeah, so they are deep into testing right now. So you are seeing quite an amazing view, courtesy of Mary, who is on site filming. And again, thank you to Mary for being out there tonight and capturing this live shot for us.
This is pretty impressive. It's interesting how much frostier the vehicle gets during the cryo proofs as opposed to when it's fueled with liquid oxygen and liquid methane.
Yeah, it's amazing how much frost you can see right now on the vehicle.
That's really something. I mean, think about the volume of cryogenic liquid we're talking about in order to get that much steel that cold in the Texas summer heat.
Nitrogen has a lower boiling point than liquid oxygen oxygen and methane. So that could be part of why we see more frost with these cryogenic proof tests. But again, we are not experts on that subject, so who knows? We are just here to report on the facts that we do know, which are provided by SpaceX, and do our best to answer your questions when we don't know the answer. But none of us are chemists or material science experts or any of those things. So we do our best.
Thank you to NorthC4 for the $10 super chat saying, thanks a bunch, Mary. And thank you for your contribution to the site. It is much appreciated. And just going to make a quick comment here. The amount of frost you see on Starship right now is just insane, especially since we're now getting into the summer in Texas. It's quite impressive the amount of frost that's been building up on Starship right now, and especially on the lower section, you can see a bit of venting from the just behind the pad structure there. That is where the thrust section of Starship is, and we've seen in videos in the past posted by Elon Musk on Twitter that that bottom section and that bottom tank dome can get quite cold and quite frosty, and you can see that condensation coming out from under there.
So, Mary, what does this all sound like?
Kind of like a whooshing noise, I guess. Like,
And it's pretty loud, I understand.
that's his best. Pardon?
How loud is it?
Well, I can hear it over the inverter fan, so it's loud, plenty loud that it's, yeah, very easy to hear.
And is it like kind of abruptly shut off when the venting stops, or is it kind of like a slow or decrease in noise?
Yeah, it just kind of shuts off when it stops venting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I had a remote camera at the pad for a remote video camera at the pad for a Falcon 9 launch, in-flight abort test, and all that pre-flight venting, the noises that the rocket makes are pretty incredible. They're like lots of short little bursts of pressure getting released. This appears to be more continuous venting, but the sounds are pretty cool. It definitely makes a lot of interesting noises as that rocket gets fueled up with propellant.
It really feels like a being coming to life, or like roaring or screaming, or just like taking its first breaths. It's weird, but it really does feel that way when you hear it in person.
It looks like the rate of frost increase is slowing, but it's definitely still increasing. So all signs are that they are pressing on with getting that methane tank fully pressurized with that nitrogen for a good cryo-proof test tonight, hopefully. Although, as we've mentioned many times so far tonight, most starships have not fared too well during this test. So fingers crossed it all goes well with SN4, and that we will hopefully see a hop from Boca Chica within the next week or so. But of course, that FAA approval is going to be potentially something that could delay the hop, but we're not sure where SpaceX and the FAA are at in terms of getting that paperwork completed right now. But that was something, the FAA approval delayed Starhopper's 150-meter hop several weeks. SpaceX and the FAA worked together to make sure that the test could be done safely.
And I'm going to take a moment to answer a couple questions here. One from 1968 YG. What is the liquid nitrogen for? So SpaceX is using the liquid nitrogen for tonight's cryo test as a substitute to using their standard propellants for Starship vehicles, which would be liquid methane and liquid oxygen. It is the liquid nitrogen is a safer alternative to use for this kind of testing compared to the methane and oxygen propellants, because in the event of a vehicle failure or RUD, which is a rapid unscheduled disassembly, you wouldn't necessarily want that methane and oxygen to spill out and potentially cause an explosion or a fire or some other type of damage, especially with your sensitive pad equipment and your electrical conduiting and things like that. So,
And even just environmentally, liquid nitrogen is inert, and our atmosphere is made up of 70% nitrogen. So if you're going to dump a bunch of cryogenic liquid into the surroundings, you might as well do it with nitrogen versus LOX or methane.
yeah, exactly. And also saw a question stating
breaking news. Sorry, I have to interrupt you, Tyler. We have breaking news from Elon Musk. SN4 passed high pressure 7.5 bar and engine thrust load at Cryo. So we have a successful test confirmed by Mr. Musk himself. That is exceptionally good news for Starship SN4, as it looks to become the first Starship vehicle to perform a test flight. So congratulations to the entire SpaceX team on tonight's milestone.
Yeah, that is great news. Congrats to the SpaceX team once again. So this would be the second, I think it's the second time that SN4 has passed its cryo test. They did do another cryo test a few nights ago where it did reach 4.9 bar. This test just reached 7.5 bar, which is exceptionally good. But it is the figure required for orbital flights using Starship vehicles or uncrewed flights using Starship vehicles is around 6 bar. So the 7.5 figure is like really just exceptionally good. Not
Look at
necessarily.
that. So the vehicle is, I presumably now just sitting in a steady state and very happy and not popping, and it's doing great. Look at it go. That portends very, very well for a hop in our near future. How does that make you feel, Mary?
Awesome. Yeah, it's very exciting.
Yeah, it's exciting for all of us here. Like bringing you this coverage and commentating and getting these live developments is yeah, hearing that over the stream is just good news. uh, so to finish up, we did see another cryo test the last time with Starship SN4 where it reached 4.9 bar. The reason they're doing tonight's test is to get more data before moving on to another static fire test using the Raptor engine and then the 150-meter hop. And obviously, they most likely exceeded their figures with a 7.5 bar number in terms of tank pressures. So that is great news.
So again, they passed. Hooray! They passed the cryo test, the dreaded evil cryo test. And as we watch it sit there and vent, the next thing I guess we can expect to see is the beginning of the detanking process, presumably. Although I'm not sure what they might want to do, as they do have a good amount of testing window open. So curious to see what's next. But
Yeah.
we do know, thanks to a tweet from Elon, that it has passed the dreaded cryo test. SN4. I mean,
Yeah.
wow.
Again, we're not sure if 7.5 bar was the end of the test. They could now be going to that 8.5 bar for human safety, but we do not expect them to test a failure, as we've mentioned before. They are attempting to hopefully hop this vehicle in a couple of days or weeks. So if there is more testing tonight, it will be in the realm of what they consider to be something that the vehicle should be able to withstand. They are not expected to push this vehicle all the way until it fails.
But in the event that it does fail, SpaceX is working on other Starship prototypes. They have Starship SN5 almost ready to go. SpaceX crews are working on it at the build site right now, and they're also working on Starship SN6. Some bulkheads are being developed for that. But right now, SpaceX does have SN5 almost ready to go in the event that Starship SN4 were to be destroyed, either in further testing or in during tonight's test. But it doesn't seem that that would be the case tonight.
Yeah, if I had to guess, 7.5 bar is likely as far as they are going to take it tonight. So we will see what happens, but I would not be surprised if they begin detanking this vehicle and work on getting another Raptor back installed for some more static fire action in the coming days.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. I'm honestly almost more curious now than when the hop happens, because that seems to be pretty much dependent on the FAA. I'm more curious, if you're SpaceX right now, what do you do with SN5? What was the current plan? Did they have a contingency in place to where they could rapidly move SN5 up in the flow and put it in the place of SN4 for these tests. Or maybe they anticipated success on SN4 and SN5 has already been on a slower flow. But either way, it seems like now SN5 doesn't necessarily even have to be almost ready. I mean, maybe there's additional testing that they want to do with it, but if they are going to conduct a hop and another static with SN4 now, and all the data review and the time that comes along with that, maybe they are given a little bit of extra time to make SN5 a little bit more fancy in some ways that I'm trying to think of what ways that might be. Now they don't have to rush it out and replace a failed vehicle. And maybe I'm speaking too soon, knock on particle board. But yeah, it's very interesting. I wonder if we'll see SN4 and SN5 on the stands at the same time, should that second stand materialize, and what that would look like. I mean, imagine two different starships undergoing testing at once at night. I mean, wow.
It certainly seems like the odds of SN5 being the first Starship to get a nose cone installed for testing have gone significantly up tonight, as it appears that SN4 will be certified to start working towards that 150-meter hop, which means that the SpaceX teams can continue to work on SN5 back to the production site, and they won't have to rush it to the pad like Jack said if something were to happen to SN4.
This is so cool. So we're looking at the, I guess it would probably be safe to say the first Starship to pass a cryo test at this pressure. And wow, it's sitting there. It's frosty as ever. It's just hanging out on the pad, no worse for the wear, waiting for the next step. I mean, I don't know if it would get this frosty with liquid oxygen and liquid methane, but imagine that on the pad ready to launch. What you're looking at right now, just throw a nose cone on top and a booster under it, just. But yeah, it's nice to see a vehicle so seemingly ready to go like this, because it helps to imagine what the full up system will look like when we finally get there. Oh, Christopher Irazat, sorry if I mispronounced that. Welcome to PadRat. Thank you for your support. We got a question from Adon. I'm sorry, we got a question from Adon. I'm not going to try and pronounce your last name. Will they install RCS on SN4? Yeah, we expect some sort of RCS system to be installed on SN4. That's definitely something you can keep your eye on and look for ahead of a notional hop, whenever the 150-meter hop is going to happen, hopefully sooner rather than later. You can look for the installation of those RCS thrusters. That'll definitely be an indicator that we're very close. And if you remember from Starhopper, that had RCS thrusters on it, and before any kind of activity, whether it was a static or a hop, they tended to test those RCS thrusters. So not only will we see them installed on the vehicle, but we will probably also hear and see them tested. And it sounded like some quick bursts. We have a Remembering Starhopper 6-month anniversary video on our channel you can check out, which has some of those RCS tests in there, so you can get a feel and get a look at what to expect once we get those thrusters on this vehicle and what that'll look like. But you might not even have to wait that long. We'll see. I mean, would not be surprised if they rapidly throw everything else they need on here to do a hop and do a hop just ASAP now that it's passed the test.
And you were talking about those RCS thrusters firing as part of the testing. I remember going to Boca Chica last year, I believe it was last July, and getting to hear those RCS thrusters being fired. And they were quite loud pulses, and they would happen a few seconds at a time. So we could also expect to see that when they test the RCS thrusters on Starship SN4. We can also expect to see the reinstallation of the Raptor engine. Raptor is currently not present on Starship SN4 right now. They're using thrust simulators to push on the bottom of the thrust puck, which is the bottom section of the liquid oxygen tank dome, where all the thrust is being directed. So they're using those thrust simulators to push up on the bottom of that dome to simulate thrust loading with the Raptor engine. But because Starship SN4 has passed cryo testing tonight, as far as we know, we can expect the reinstallation of that Raptor engine very soon, most likely within the next couple of days. And then another static fire test to be conducted with that Raptor engine before they proceed on to the 150-meter hop test.
Look at that. We've got one steamy boy there.
It feels like after so many setbacks of pops and whatnot, this program has all of a sudden really picked up momentum, just box after box getting checked off. Of course, all it takes is one incident to stop that momentum, but they are certainly making a lot of progress on this vehicle program. And even if there were to be a failure with one of the upcoming tests of SN4, at least it made it a lot farther than the previous Starships. So they're definitely making good progress, and it's just a matter of time until we see one of these vehicles reach orbit for the first time.
Yeah, that will be quite exciting. And just want to note real quick that the cryo test is where we have seen previous Starship prototypes fail testing. For example, Mark 1, SN1, and SN3 all have failed during the stage of testing cycles. But we have seen Starship pass cryo testing and also do 2 static fires using the Raptor engine. So the fact that we could see a hop test very, very soon is very exciting and very refreshing to see.
Yeah, and a lot of people were making comments along the lines of that the stainless steel was a bad idea, and that it would never work after the previous pops. But it looks like with the improvements they've made to the welds, it is more than possible to properly pressurize a vehicle of this nature without any anomalies or things along those lines. So the design choice to move the stainless steel so far looks like something that may pay off for them quite well in the long term, especially if they continue to make progress on improving that weld quality and introducing their proprietary stainless steel that is expected to be introduced within the next couple of months or so.
So tonight we saw a successful cryo test of SN4 to 7.5 bar. That's amazing. Very exciting. And gets me even more excited for a lunar star moonship. I mean, even just seeing the white frost on SN4 there, it looks a little bit more like the star moon starship. And it, that's very exciting. And we're one step closer to landing such a giant vehicle on the moon, which will be super cool. Don't get me wrong. I want to go to Mars. Absolutely. But we can do both, moon and Mars.
Yeah, Jack was just mentioning the lunar starship. I was just going to answer this question. Why is the lunar starship white? Or anyone know why lunar starship will be white? That is a good question. So we have seen renders from SpaceX regarding the version of Starship that will be used for the Artemis program, as SpaceX has bid their Starship vehicle for the human landing system that will eventually land astronauts on the moon as soon as 2024. But in the official renders we've seen, the vehicle does appear white. We do not know what it is. It could be paint, but we're not completely sure. It could be, it could be just that they've painted over the stainless steel, seeing as how they're not going to be returning these starships back to Earth. They would not need any sort of that thermal protection that the stainless steel would provide on reentry.
My gut though is that it is some sort of, it has a thermal consideration, in mind, in that whether it's reflectivity, keeping the tanks the propellants in the tank's cooler for longer, or whether it's an insulation that just happens to be white. But I bet it has something to do with, reflecting the most amount of sunlight and heat possible.
Yeah, especially in that environment of space. When you're going back and forth from lunar orbit to the surface of the moon, so some white paint would be quite useful in that environment.
So we're continuing to seeing occasional large vents. We've got another one happening right now. And as they continue to work this vehicle, everything appears nominal, and we're just hanging out with SN4 and Mary as the flow continues here.
And again, huge shout out to Mary for being out there for us tonight, capturing this incredible live footage. It's not often that you get to see a vehicle undergo this stage of testing, especially with other aerospace companies. So to have Mary out there, or be able to have Mary go out there and film this for us is just incredible, and we cannot thank her enough. So those in the chat, if you could show Mary some love, that would be fantastic. And yeah, the chat has just absolutely exploded with thanks, Mary. Mary, you are the best. Thanks, Mary, you rock. We cannot agree more. And just a quick check in, Mary, how you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah, enjoying the show.
Excited to get to bed before 3 a.m.
Yeah, that'll be a plus.
Yeah, we did have a late night the other night when SpaceX did conduct a ambient nitrogen test on the Starship SN4 vehicle. So we were staying up quite a bit later than usual. But to see this test being completed a bit earlier is a very nice treat.
Mike, welcome to the Pad Rat. And also the good news is with the sleeping is that it's going to take a couple of days most likely for them to install the wrapper. So tomorrow night we should definitely get off. As I mentioned earlier, I think we've had like one night off in the past 8 days or something like that. So I think we are all looking forward to some additional sleep.
Hey, but it's a good problem to have. I mean, if I had my choice of one night off a week and Starship streams and no nights off a week, or all nights off, whatever, my choice would be the Starship streams. You know that already.
Yep, 100%. Thank you, Doug, for the super chat, for everything Mary and the gang are doing to let us watch history in real time. Thank you. Can't wait for more. I think we can all agree with that as well. We are certainly looking forward to bringing you the upcoming static fire test, the 150-meter hop, and all the tests that follow that here live on our YouTube channel. These are super exciting and fun to watch, and we're glad that several thousand people tune in to watch these tests with us every night.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We get to sit around and chat and hang out with 2,000 or 3,000 friends, and all just sit and watch this thing get fueled up and do its thing and guess about what's happening, and have people stop in like Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, and Scott Manley and Marcus House. And it's just cool where it's one big community and we all get to join in. And it's all thanks to Mary. Thanks, Mary.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it looks like in the upper, well, not like, there's a little bit of a gap in the frost forming now to the right of that pipe running down the side of the vehicle, but towards the top of that frosted area. So it could very well be that they're starting to detank now.
Yeah, look at that. Wow. Oh,
Mhm.
and wow,
yeah, I
look,
can
it's
see.
rapidly dissipating. There's like a notch. And now it's obscured by venting.
So in the event that they would be detanking, we would see more of that, more of those large amounts of venting coming from Starship. Uh, this is just in the event that they have concluded testing and are emptying the vehicle by venting out that liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, Dave Wolf in chat, thanks. Notch equals COPV. I'm excited, okay? I see a big vent, I get excited. You're right, though. But Michael was still correct. There is that sort of unfrosting sort of area to the right of the pipe there, below the COPV notch.
So if you were,
Oh yeah, go ahead, Tyler.
I was just gonna give a quick recap. So if you are just joining us right now, you are looking at Starship SN4 undergoing cryo testing. Boat tanks are completely filled with liquid nitrogen. You can see boat tanks are completely frosted over, albeit with a little bit of missing frost on that. On the right, just next to that piping in the center. But Starship SN4 is filled with liquid nitrogen. They did do an increased pressure test using that liquid nitrogen. They did get up to 7.5 bar, meaning that it has passed the cryo test. We don't know if they're holding that pressure right now or if they're are depressurizing or increasing that pressure. This is all speculation at this point. But SN4 has passed cryo test, and we could see them start to detank the vehicle momentarily uh, to signify the end of testing for this evening.
It's like the sense of scale is so skewed, and it's almost like I want to walk up to it and like crouch down and write my name in the frost, but the scale, it's actually, many tens of feet high. I mean, Starhopper was what, 60 feet high? You can see Starhopper to the left there. So this thing is what, somewhere around 100 feet high, standing on the launch mount.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
Yeah.
and again, our primary signal, even though according to Elon, the primary signal that the vehicle is in a safe configuration will be when we see those vehicles start returning to the pad. That means it is safe for crews to be near the vehicle again. But up until that point, the vehicle is still under a lot of pressure, so there is still a small but significant, but a reasonable chance at least that there could be an anomaly of some sort. So the vehicle is not completely out of the woods yet, but certainly the most risky part of tonight's testing appears to be behind it. And like Tyler was mentioning, it is likely that we will see that frost start to recede as the vehicle is detanked. And in fact, if you look to the right of that patch of frost disappearing, there appears to be another patch of frost that's disappearing. So it definitely looks like they're now beginning to drain that liquid nitrogen back out of the vehicle and venting
Do you see
out
that?
any
Do you see that
excess.
ice falling off the side of the vehicle there?
No, I missed that.
Yeah, I was just about to
Oh,
mention that.
there's been some ice falling off the side, and it just looks spectacular.
So it is once again snowing in South Texas.
For the first and only time, or maybe since the last cryo test, but definitely not a normal natural occurrence.
I'm looking now for a timestamp, roughly.
question.
Simon?
Oh,
go ahead. You
12
probably-
12. 12 12.
Oh no, I was gonna say something unimportant. You can go ahead.
I was going to answer Simon's question in chat. Any idea why they retested at higher pressure? We think that the upcoming flight test was probably going to ideally have more than 4.9 bar, which is what they achieved during the previous cryo test. So they likely wanted to do another test at a higher pressure to verify that this vehicle can have a good chance of success during that 150-meter hop. Someone said the clock disappeared in chat. It should be in the top left of your screen right now. I'm certainly still seeing a clock.
Yeah, I'm
not
watching the
sure.
YouTube feed. I still see it.
Yeah, I still see it here as well. But yeah, it is now 12:15 a.m. local time. That is 12:15 a.m. Central Time, where Mary is currently located right now. The testing window does extend until about 6 a.m. local time, though that is a hard stop limit where the vehicle would have to be detanked completely and no further activities regarding testing. So the window for tonight does run until 6 a.m. local time. They do have another testing window available later today, since it is now officially Sunday on Central Time. I can say today. They do have another window for testing later today, starting at 9 p.m. local time.
And it's also probably worth mentioning that while they have that window, given that this test appears to have gone well, we're not aware of any other tests that they would perform during that window, but you never know. When they reviewed the data, they might see something they want to go back and test again. So preliminarily, it looks like that they will not need that backup window for today's test. But again, you never know until they've done a full data review what they will end up doing. If that
Yeah,
is
I
the
would.
ca- Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
I would look for that road closure notice tomorrow to be canceled. Absolutely. Yeah.
And if that is
And
the case, we should then see them take a couple of days to get that Raptor reinstalled before they proceed with the static fire.
yeah. And I just really quick before I forget, Tyler, I swear, you sit and you watch the clock and you wait for it to turn over to midnight just so you can clarify later today. I swear you love doing it. It's great.
Just want to be as accurate as possible.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
It's interesting. It looks like that patch of frost the patch of frost where we're seeing the level of frost dissipate is starting to refrost over again. It looks like, at least if you rewind the clip a couple of minutes, there was less frost on that patch near the top right of the frosted section than there is now.
All right, I'm gonna get a fresh bubbly water, so something's gonna happen. Everybody wait and watch. Start yelling if something happens. I'll come back.
Yeah, I've copied that.
Yeah, a couple of people in chat are saying that there's patches of area where it's not very frosty were from ice that fell off, and that's probably correct because it definitely looks like the frost is coming back now. So it definitely makes sense that something fell off there, which caused the frost, or the frost fell off, which caused it to appear that the frost was going away.
Yeah, we actually noticed a few minutes ago that some ice did fall off the side of Starship and was raining like snow onto the ground, which looked pretty awesome. And some people in chat are discussing the pressure of Starship SN4 tanks. Also discussing that 8.5 bar crew safety factor required for crewed flights on Starship. We don't know whether SpaceX is currently holding pressure at 7.5 bar or if they are increasing it. Get that speculation banner at the top going again. But Starship SN4 has passed cryo testing at 7.5 bar. We don't, or our current understanding is that they might be holding pressure before they start detanking the vehicle. They could be increasing the pressure slightly, although we don't know if they're increasing it to that 8.5 bar figure. But since the pressure required for uncrewed flights on Starship is about 6 bar, then it's safe to say that they wouldn't necessarily need to bring the pressure up even more, although they could be doing that. Again, just rampant speculation.
Right, I'm back. That's a really, really good point about the ice falling off, making it look like it was defrosting when that's not happening. That's why everybody in chat, your input is appreciated.
There's some more venting.
Quite a short vent there. This venting has been continuing on for the past several minutes. The first sign we would see of detanking is some rather continuous venting from both ports near the top of the liquid methane tank at the top, and then from the midsection where the liquid oxygen tank is located. But right now, just seeing some occasional venting because the liquid nitrogen being boiled off inside the tank, because when the liquid nitrogen heats up, it turns into a gas and needs to be vented overboard. That's why we see that venting.
I wonder, we are all kind of, at least I'm expecting them to enter into a phase where they just start detanking and it rapidly detanks. Could also be the case that maybe they would just let the liquid, heat up and slowly vent and heat and vent and heat and vent and just let it defrost very slowly over time, given the detanking issue that occurred with SN3. That would be a much slower outcome. I don't think any of us wants us to go that slowly, but we don't really know what they're going to do next and what the next step will look like in this process.
Yeah, it definitely took a long time for this vehicle to the frost to recede on this vehicle during its previous cryo test to 4.9 bar. So we'll have to wait and see what happens tonight.
Comment from Ian Dennis in chat. Happy Mother's Day from Germany. Nice to wake up to see this. We're glad to have you here watching. And people from all over the world watching this test. Thank you for tuning in, and huge shout out to Mary once again. I know I sound like a broken record right now, but we cannot thank Mary enough for bringing us this coverage.
I wish we could pipe in some party music or something. This feels like we need to, have some kind of party atmosphere. I wish we could, like Maston's fast system, but instead of Illumina, inject some confetti into the vent there, just so it would blast confetti every time it vented or something. Like, this is momentous. This is a great thing. This is the next step in the process that we are all eagerly watching and waiting for. So one more step down, next thing up would be, I guess, a static and maybe a hop. And I can't wait. Can't wait to see that, because why? It's another step.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be quite exciting. And of course, Mary will be down there filming for us and documenting all of the developments with Starship and other Starship prototypes that are being worked on in Boca Chica. So, like Jack was mentioning, the next milestones would be another static fire test and the 150-meter hop. But before that, they would need to reinstall the Raptor engine, which was uninstalled after the last static fire test. Uh, so, within the next couple of days, we could see that Raptor being reinstalled. And just pointing out that it is not on the vehicle right now. They do have thrust simulators in action, pushing up on that bottom liquid oxygen tank dome, simulating thrust loads. But there is no Raptor on SN4 right now. But within the next couple of days, we could see Raptor being reinstalled and the Starship vehicle being prepped for the static fire. And then, of course, the big hop test coming up.
Some more ice falling off there. That looked so cool. And S. Roger Bach, thank you so much for becoming Pad Rat. Thank you. We really appreciate your membership. It means a lot to us, and it directly helps us do what we do. Yeah, I guess now would be as good a time as any to take some questions from everybody. We're in a little bit of a party mode because SN4 passed the cryo test at 7.5 bar. That's a great number. That's quite high, and that's very exciting. Hooray! So everybody in chat, if you have any questions, whatever you want to ask about, let's talk about some Starship. We got Dominic Bendolini. I'm sorry, I said your last name wrong, I'm sure. Why is it still frosty? Well, because there's, as far as we can tell, still a whole bunch of cryogenic liquid in that vehicle. So cryogenic liquid equals frosty. George in chat says, has the bar been raised? Get it? Get it? I don't, somebody please explain.
So the bar has indeed been raised. Bar in this instance would mean the pressure within those liquid methane and liquid oxygen tanks. So the bar has been increased from 4.9 bar on the last cryo test with Starship SN4 to now 7.5 bar, documented by Elon Musk on Twitter a short while ago. So as Jack mentioned, Starship SN4 has passed cryo testing once again. We do not know if they're currently holding pressure or holding that 7.5 bar pressure. We don't know if they're increasing pressure or decreasing pressure as well. But we do know that there is still liquid nitrogen in the vehicle. So we assume that there is still some amount of pressure being held right now.
What are we going to do with Hopper? We don't know what they're going to do with Hopper. Right now, it's a camera stand. It's got a bunch of cameras on it. All the cameras are pointed at the launch mount in SN4. So like many of us, myself and Michael and Tyler, have you done remotes yet? I forget.
I have not done remotes yet, but I would love to set up a remote camera one day.
Gotcha. Yeah, like many of us, Star Hopper is now a remote camera launch photographer. It's pretty funny. We've all obsessed over it for quite a while, and now it's become one of us.
And yes, Hopper does have some cameras installed on it. We understand that those are engineering cameras used to record different angles of Starship testing. So we do not expect to see any footage from those cameras as of right now. But we do understand that SpaceX is using them to gather more data on Starship while these tests are occurring.
We have what's next after 20 kilometers. I'm not sure we know. I think a lot of people think after 20 kilometers we go to orbital, but I think it might also just be a series of higher and higher hops. I'm not quite sure what happens after 20 kilometers. That's a very good question, Jordan in chat.
I'm guessing maybe like a 100 to 300 kilometer test where they get it up pretty high and then they practice those aero braking maneuvers as it comes back through the atmosphere, and then that final flip around maneuver for the landing.
All right, so this is a thing I'm going to try and champion here. that flip around maneuver doesn't have a name yet. And for Falcon 9, we have the hover slam, and the flip around maneuver, I'm gonna say, let's call it the insanity flip. If you can come up with a better name, I'll go with that. But as of right now, insanity flip. If you have a better idea in chat what to call that insane maneuver that the Starhopper animation, or Starhopper, oh my gosh, Starship animations have shown for coming in for a landing and sort of, you know, pitching completely reverse and then setting down last minute. I don't really know what else to call that other than an insanity flip. We got a question. Steve in chat says, how will they refuel methane when doing lunar shuttling? That's a good question. I don't know. Any of you guys?
They could use some UH thrusting using the RCS thrusters in space, but then again, we don't know how exactly SpaceX would transfer that propellant from one Starship to another. They could use UH thrusting, but I'm not completely sure.
So Javier Padova in chat says, so SN5 will have 3 Raptors and a nose cone. That's a fair bet.
Yeah, that is a fair bet to make. We have seen people theorizing that they could put a nose cone on Starship SN4. We do not expect SpaceX to do that, although we don't know what SpaceX is planning internally with Starship SN4. But since it is doing a very short hop of 150 meters, we don't expect SpaceX to install a nose cone on SN4 for such a short flight. But with Starship SN5 doing a higher altitude test flight and traveling a bit faster in atmosphere, we could expect to see a nose cone on SN5 as of right now.
Okay, it looks like between the methane and liquid oxygen tanks, we are starting to see the frost line receding.
Look
There's
at
a
that.
bit
Yeah,
of a gap.
that seems to be pretty clear. Hopefully it's not just ice falling off again. And I see a lot of people in chat saying, well, there's a name for that maneuver. It's the skydive. And no, I'm not talking about the skydive maneuver. I'm talking about the very final maneuver when it comes in for a landing. That's a separate thing. I'm gonna look through chat and see if I can find any good suggestions here.
It's where it transitions from the skydiving to the engines down maneuver before it fires the engines.
Exactly. So therefore, it's also not a belly flop. It's not a Rudd flip. I don't like that. Yeah, it's not a skydive.
Kickflip could be a good term to use.
I do like kickflip. Belly boom maneuver, sky surfing, crazy Ivan. It is kind of a crazy Ivan. That's a good one. That's a really good one. Rotofiron 100. Crazy Ivan, if you don't know, is a submarine maneuver where if you suspect you're being tailed by another submarine, which is one way to tail a submarine right in their kind of blind spot behind the engine, so you can't hear, you can't be heard by the thing you're pursuing. If you think you're being pursued, what you do is you flip around 180 degrees really quick and full tilt back in the direction you were just going, which should get anything that's following you either really scared or hit or to stop following you. Yeah, Crazy Ivan is kind of a good one. I'm kind of jealous because I really did like Insanity Flip. Ludicrous Flip, Basilisk Maneuver, Booty Scoot, Musk Maneuver.
I saw the Picard maneuver being suggested. That could also be a good term.
Star Dive, that would be better for the skydive portion. Tail Whip, Raptor Flip. The Barf Maneuver. Passengers, this is your captain speaking. We're going to want you to strap in and get ready. We're about to come in for a hot TBM.
Oh, the Korolev flip. That's a good tie in there to the Korolev cross we see on Soyuz launches. Question from Hari. How are they going to hop with SN4? No RCS thrusters, but an off-axis thrust vector. So just to clear things, just to clear a couple things up there, we do expect SpaceX to install some RCS thrusters on Starship SN4, similar to what they did with Starhopper prior to its previous 20-meter and 150-meter hop tests. So we will see RCS thrusters being installed on SN4 if they haven't done so already. And to clarify the off-axis thrust with Raptor, we have seen in photos posted by Elon Musk on Twitter that the Raptor that was used to conduct the static fire tests and that will be used for the hop test is not exactly in center. Uh, it is on one of three attachment points based around the very center of the thrust puck located on the bottom liquid oxygen tank dome. But we do, with those RCS thrusters in action, we don't expect SpaceX to use much gimbal for that Raptor engine to counteract that small power slide it can do when it lifts off the pad. So in summation, the RCS thrusters and Raptor engine will both be actuating and thrusting in some ways to counteract those movements and possibly lead to a smooth hop.
Okay, so we are continuing to see that the patch of frost reclining towards where those liquid oxygen and methane tanks meet, which is a good sign that the vehicle is detanking. Meanwhile, it has been about 2 hours since we last did a pit stop, which means it's time for another pit stop where Mary is going to swap out the current camera battery for a fresh battery. So, Mary, are you ready to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell me when and we will get started.
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, go for it. The pit stop is beginning now, and we will be back momentarily.
Oh man, crazy Elon. I don't know how I didn't see that one yet. That's a really good suggestion. Instead of a crazy island, Ivan the crazy Elon for that maneuver. That might just be what I end up calling that.
And then once the solo is ready and has numbers, let me know, Mary.
It's connecting.
Cool.
And we have numbers.
Okay, everyone, there is our new speed record for a pit stop, beating our previous pit stop set earlier in the stream. Everybody, once again, put your appreciation in chat for Mary, who is doing awesome work to deal with these minor suboptimal streaming setup problems we have right now. Again, we are working towards a new system where we will not have to do any pit stops, but for now, Mary is doing great. So thanks again to Mary for that ultra fast pit stop where we did not miss any action.
Darn, that was fast. I didn't even have time to come up with something lame to talk about while we stalled for time.
And I saw someone in chat going back to that flip maneuver that Jack was talking about, where Starship would transition from the belly flop to the pointy end up, I guess I would say, position for the Raptors to start firing for landing. Someone was calling that flip maneuver the Hail Mary flip. I think that would be another appropriate term to use.
Christopher Ashford, the whoopah. You've already seen the video of the surfer gets so pitted. Oh yeah, I guess we could just call it the landing burn. But what's the fun in that?
Yeah, you gotta come up with a fun name for some things, right?
I mean, otherwise the hover slam would just be called the landing burn, which I guess it is now. But at the time when it was new, we were just like, oh, it's gonna accomplish a hover slam. Oh, uh, Jeff Jones suggests the landing swing. If you would like to de-emphasize the terror, I mean, you should. If you're not in politics or a lobbyist, you should probably get into it because that's great spin right there. The landing swing. Whee! I still like Insanity Flip. I'm curious to see if that maneuver will evolve over time as because didn't Elon say on Twitter that Arrow has been changed on the vehicle?
He did mention that static arrow was changed slightly from the
Yeah, I
previous
wonder to what
design.
extent. I wonder to what extent that changes that maneuver, and to what extent that renders all of this discussion completely worthless. That's sort of the danger with all of this is everything that we're seeing and speculating about is could already be like out of date versus what they're building and doing and thinking about as the future. Quantum Spin in chat says, "What would people feel like on the Starship during the flip?" That's kind of what I'm getting at. It, I mean, imagine if to land in an airliner, because that's the example that we always like to go back to. You know, throwing away a rocket is like using an airplane only once and throwing it away. Like an airliner, if it had to come in and land and basically do a half loop and land on its tail, and all the passengers had to experience the accompanying G forces and whatnot that came with that, uh, how would those passengers feel about that? And what would that be like? I mean, I would probably be down, but I would definitely want to see a whole lot of successful landings first.
Yeah, exactly. And if you are just joining us right now, you are looking at a live view of Starship SN4 on the pad in Boca Chica, Texas, undergoing cryo testing using liquid nitrogen as a substitute to using liquid methane and liquid oxygen propellants that you would normally see when fueling up the Starship vehicle. So Starship SN4 has passed cryo testing. Last reported by Elon Musk on Twitter, SN4 reached 7.5 bar with tank pressure. So it has passed. I wouldn't say with flying colors, but compared to the last cryo test where it reached 4.9 bar, that is exceptionally good news to see. And we're expecting to see some signs of detanking momentarily. You can actually see a bit of missing frost, or should I say, or I guess I should say missing thrust on the left side of that piping in the center of Starship, just below that COPV, which is the black object at the top of the vehicle. Uh, so
Black
they
hot
could-
dog. Let's call it a hot dog because it's 12:43 a.m. local time.
Yeah. So we could expect to see detanking momentarily. We don't know how fast SpaceX will detank the vehicle, whether they will rapidly vent the excess nitrogen overboard, or whether they will slowly vent it out. We do not have the exact testing procedure from SpaceX, so this is all rampant speculation, as most of this is. But just know that Starship SN4 has passed cryo testing, and there is still liquid nitrogen in the vehicle, so that's why you're still seeing that frost. And there is some venting that you can see right now.
We got Zealotron in chat saying in other streams you can see that the frost is very much disappearing on the far side of SN4. So sounds like it is losing good amount of frost on the side there.
Yeah, and that would be the side opposite what we're seeing right now. From Mary's vantage point, it does still look very frosty. But as Jack mentioned in other streams, you could see that the frost is in fact dissipating. So we are in the business end of tonight's test as far as that is concerned.
Kevin Crossman in chat. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the flaring aggressively. I looked up and I just saw aggressive flaring, and I thought, oh gosh. And no, you meant the maneuver was aggressive flaring. Yeah, it's just some aggressive flaring, just like a plane. Yeah, aggressive flaring. I get it. Did you just see some more ice fall off the vehicle? That looked super cool.
I think we did just see that. Question from Throwback. Didn't the last failure occur because the lower tank pressure was inadequate to support the full upper tank? He is, of course, referring to Starship SN3, which unfortunately failed cryo testing the last time, where the lower tank did crumble and Starship was destroyed. So
yeah, but that's what we were talking about earlier. Is we weren't clear as to exactly where in the test flow they were when SN3 experienced that anomaly. So we don't know if it had completed a cryo and the anomaly occurred after a successful cryo, or if it was prior to the completion of a successful cryo. So
yeah, but we do know that there was a test configuration mistake somewhere during the procedure. Elon Musk had mentioned it after SN3 was destroyed. But fortunately for us, that does not appear to be the case with Starship SN4, which is great news to hear, especially from Elon confirming it on Twitter just a short while ago.
yeah, I've got some people in chat saying before cryo, some people saying in chat after cryo. But yeah, it definitely failed because of a insufficient pressure in the lower tank. And too much weight in the upper tank. Oh, more ice. That looks so cool.
Question from 1,000 dots in chat. Elon did mention unfolding dragon wings being a good idea for Starship a while back. Maybe that's the new arrow. So I mentioned earlier that Elon did say that SpaceX was working on new static arrow for the Starship vehicle. We don't know if dragon wings would be the exact changes made to the arrow profile, but we would expect some minor modifications to the arrow profile for future Starship vehicles.
I love that people are still suggesting names in chat. I mean, I don't even know how long it's been, but it feels like it's been a while. And people are still suggesting names.
And of course, these names are referring to the flip that Starship would do during landing attempts, where it goes from the belly flop position where it is falling like a skydiver through the atmosphere and flipping over to the heads up position, preparing to fire the Raptor engines for the final landing burn. So if you have good names for the flip maneuver in chat, feel free to share it with us.
Crash 664 times 4 in chat. Good observation. Says looks like the fueling pipe is thawing. I don't know if that's the fueling pipe, but it does look like there might be some thawing around that vertical pressurization line or whatever that plumbing is there. And
Yeah, I'm
we have some more
guessing.
ice falling off the vehicle. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm guessing the vehicle has a lot less nitrogen than it looks like right now. And we're just seeing the residual chilled steel slowly beginning to cool off.
That makes a lot of sense. And as it cools or warms
Oh yeah, I should have said warm.
The-
You're right.
as it warms the the material, the frost on there flakes off. So cool.
Question from Ken in chat. Do you think they will install more than one Raptor on SN4 before the 150-meter hop? That is a good question. We expect SpaceX to only use a single Raptor engine for the 150-meter hop test. We also expect SpaceX. We expect SpaceX to install more Raptors on Starship SN5 for a higher altitude test flight scheduled to come up pending Starship SN4 passes further testing. Question from Isaac Logan. What do people expect for SN4 post hop? That is a good question, and it's one that we really don't have the answer to. Any of you guys have any thoughts as to what could happen after the hop test?
I'm guessing it will end up sitting around like Starhopper is now. Where exactly they'll put it, I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing it will be retired given that SN5 is pretty much close to being fully stacked, apart from the nose cone right now in the high bay. So by the time SN4 hops, it's very likely that SN5 will pretty much be ready to be transported to the pad for testing. And therefore it makes sense to retire SN4, given that SN5 will be an improved vehicle.
Question from Charles O'Connor. Will they land at the launch site for the 20-kilometer hop test, or will there be a dedicated pad? We do expect SpaceX to land whatever Starship vehicle would conduct the 20-kilometer test flight at the landing pad, which is located next to Starship, which is on the pad right now. The landing pad is a short distance away from the launch site right now. We don't know what the exact flight profile will be for the 20-kilometer test flight, but we do expect Starship to return and land at that landing pad.
Yeah, and based on our camera view right now, that landing pad is basically directly beyond the Starship vehicle that you're looking at right now.
And a question from Daryl. Is there a long duration static fire expected at some point soon? That could be the case, pending that Starship SN4 survives any further testing tonight, which it appears that it has so far. We do expect SpaceX to reinstall the Raptor engine for another static fire test before proceeding to the 150-meter hop. We don't know what the exact duration of that static fire would be, although SpaceX has conducted 2 static fires within a couple days of each other just a few nights ago. And Elon has confirmed that those were good static fires. We could expect to see the same duration for the next static fire test, although we're not completely sure. Again, this is just speculation right now.
Yeah, and given that there's no flame trend or anything like that, we saw the very short static fire a couple of days ago take out the pad lights and whatnot. I think it would be hard for them to do a static fire that's more than a couple seconds without risking the pad or the Starship itself getting damaged, because there's no flame trench to redirect that flame in a strategic direction. So until that happens, I doubt we're going to see a static fire of more than a couple of seconds or so on this pad.
Steven has a suggestion for what could happen to SN4 after it completes the hop test. It could be converted into a water tower for sound suppression.
That would be awesome. Or maybe when they have the first prototype Super Heavy, they could put a Starship on top of Super Heavy as the water tower, and that would help raise the vehicle up, let gravity do a lot of the work. So Rainbow Man asks what's happening right now. The vehicle you're looking at still looks pretty frosty, but we believe there is now very little liquid nitrogen in that vehicle, as they have been continuing to drain this vehicle after a successful cryogenic proof test is 7.5 bar. So while the vehicle may look super frosty, we do believe the actual contents of that vehicle are mostly empty. We're just saying that residual frost from that earlier cryogenic proof test that lowered the temperature of the tanks quite significantly. And now, as the tanks slowly warm up, you are starting to see that frost line slowly recede. And again, that indicator that the vehicle is now safe we'll see the pad crews returning to the pad in their vehicles. That is something we're yet to see occur so far. So once we see those vehicles, Mary will tell us that she sees them, and then we will see those vehicles drive across your screen as they head to the pad.
And another indication we could hear about will be the removal of those road closures that are currently still in effect as testing continues. So road closures go into effect or went into effect earlier today at 9 p.m. local time. So they've been testing for almost 4 hours now. They do have 5 hours left in this current window, stretching until 6 a.m. local time. SpaceX does have another window available later today once again at 9 p.m. local time. Although with Starship SN4 passing cryo testing tonight, we could see that road closure canceled as SpaceX prepares to reinstall that Raptor engine for another static fire and hop test.
If you look just to the top of that methane tank, which is the tank that's frosted on the very top of the vehicle, you can see a little bit of that frost line starting to recede there too. So both the liquid oxygen and methane tanks clearly being drained of that liquid nitrogen, which was used to conduct this test. Isaac asks, where is the control room for these tests at Boca Chica? Haven't heard much about that. We believe it is at the Stargate facility, which is located right next to the production site. It was originally meant to be used for I think it was the University of Houston. Jack, do you remember which university Stargate is for?
No.
It was originally supposed to be used for a university in Texas, but it is since believed to have been mostly taken over by SpaceX for their operations center. And if you watch Mary's video from earlier today, where she drives by the Boca Chica facilities, you will see a building with the word Stargate on the side, and that's the building that we're talking about.
The University of Texas of Rio Grande Valley.
There you go. Jack, you are so smart.
Oh yeah, I didn't just rapidly Google that as fast as I can. No, I've been inside there though, and it's a nice facility, and it makes sense that SpaceX would use it. It's just kind of turnkey in the same way that a lot of the facilities there. I mean, I know there wasn't much when they bought it from Beale, but it was already a rocket test site. I don't think a lot of people know that. They didn't just buy land in the middle of Texas for no reason. It's a facility that Beale developed for rocket engine testing, I believe.
Are you talking about McGregor or Boca Chica?
I thought Boca Chica. Does Boca Chica pre-exist, or am I mixing the two up?
McGregor is not the all Boca Chica, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about McGregor.
Okay, well, I'm gonna shut up then.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's McGregor for Beale Aerospace. Just making sure there was like a thing where Beale Aerospace also did Boca Chica, and I didn't know about that. But
okay, so both. It was both. Okay, I'm not insane.
No,
Yay.
No. It was only one. I'm saying.
Oh.
It's just McGregor. I was making sure it wasn't both.
Got it. I'm insane. Everybody ignore me. I'm really sorry for all that.
We've only been streaming for like 3 hours tonight and 5 hours the previous night, so I'm sure people understand. Yeah, Boca was dirt, as Casey Anderson says.
Yeah, and I know I should even know that just because they trucked in all the dirt, and we've talked about how they trucked in all the dirt and how it had to sit there and settle for years and years, and we all sat around waiting, saying, I wonder when Boca Chica is ever going to be something. I hope it's going to be something, and here we are. I should have known that.
Yeah, there were many years where it seemed pretty likely that Boca Chica was never going to be used, and that even when they did Starship, they would just launch it from 39A. But here we are. Look what just happened. It's quite an amazing turnaround, given that just 2 years ago, what you're looking at now is literally a mound of dirt. And Mary obviously is not going to do this right now, but if you were to see the camera view behind us, it would be a huge production facility that was also literally just dirt other than Stargate 2 years ago. So it's quite a rapid change of events here in Boca Chica, as SpaceX has decided to use their launch site that they originally were developing for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. They have instead decided to use for Starship because they ended up getting pad 39A, which ended up being a easier pad to get ready for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy than Boca Chica. And speaking of pad 39A, that is the launch site at Kennedy Space Center, where SpaceX will be launching the first astronauts to reach orbit from American soil since the space shuttle program ended in 2011, coming up on May 27th. So look forward for lots of coverage on that mission, which is called Demo 2, here on the NASASpaceflight YouTube channel. NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley will be launching to the space station atop a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket using the Crew Dragon capsule. That will be SpaceX's first crewed mission, which will obviously be super exciting, given that what you're looking at here right now is SpaceX's upcoming vehicle under development, which will hopefully take crews one day to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
Yep, T-minus 17 days until the next launch of American astronauts on American rockets from American soil, as NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine would famously say. I cannot wait for that day to come. It is going to be just absolutely just awe-inspiring and fantastic to watch. I cannot wait.
If you can, if you're a member, put a Jimmy B emote in the chat there. American rockets, American soil, American astronauts.
I saw a good question a minute ago. Oh yeah, from Stephen Phillips. Is every Starship going to have to pass cryo test? That is a very good question. Maybe as future Starships are being developed, maybe along similar lines to SN4, along with some slight improvements, maybe they won't have to conduct cryo testing on future Starships, but I could be wrong. Get that flashing speculation banner up there. Um, but there is a possibility that cryo testing could stop with uh, a couple of Starship prototypes in the near future, although I'm not totally certain.
Yeah, I think it's likely, at least at some point in the future, that they may be able to get away with just a static fire, the cryo test and engine checkout test all in one, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, they certainly will not just fly a vehicle without doing any sort of testing. Even with Falcon 9 today, which is a fully operational vehicle flying on a regular basis, they still static fire all their vehicles first in McGregor, Texas, and then again at the launch site before flight. And then after that, even after they perform a launch, the Falcon 9 boosters are then static fired again at the launch site before they conduct their next launch. The SpaceX is very meticulous in making sure that they properly test all hardware before they fly it.
I can't believe I thought Boca Chica was Beale. I'm so stupid.
It is late at night, so you're kind of forgiven.
Jack, what time zone are you in again?
I don't want to talk about it. I'm just kidding. I'm in Pacific, so it's only 11 for me here. No excuses.
Steven says, can we expect different cryo test results when the new steel alloy gets used? I mean, hopefully it would be able to last to that 8.5 bar required for human spaceflight. I would certainly hope that the results do not get worse when they switch to steel, but it is possible. Whenever you change something, maybe the welds behave slightly different on one steel type than another. So it's always possible that they could have some setbacks when making any major changes, but hopefully that new steel will result in quick improvements to the testing program. And it looks like we are starting to see that frost line continue to decrease quite rapidly now, especially on that liquid oxygen tank. How are you doing, Mary? Do we have audio connection with Mary? Maybe not.
Yeah, it's been a little bit spotty here and there.
Yeah. We'll check in with her over text.
And just to recap real quick, you are looking at Starship SN4 on the pad. You can see there is some frost on the vehicle right now. That is because SpaceX did conduct cryo testing using liquid nitrogen earlier today, or earlier in this testing window. We do not know if there is still liquid nitrogen present in the vehicle right now, but we are seeing that frost on the vehicle is still hanging around, although it is dissipating slowly. So Starship SN4 has passed cryo testing, as noted by Elon Musk on Twitter a short while ago. It reached 7.5 bar in terms of tank pressure, along with thrust simulators being used on the bottom of the thrust puck on that bottom liquid oxygen tank dome. So Starship SN4 has passed cryo. which is very refreshing to see. As previous Starship prototypes have unfortunately failed at this stage of testing. Once again, Mark 1, SN1, and SN3 all have been destroyed during cryo testing. So seeing SN4 once again pass cryo in preparation for another static fire and a 150-meter hop test coming up very soon. This is especially good news.
Marcus House in chat says, bring on 150-meter hop. And I think that's kind of what we're all thinking now. Now that it's passed this dreaded test, I mean, bring it on. Let's get a Raptor back on there ASAP. It seems like it took them basically less than a day or a day tops to take the SN18 off. So let's get another one on there. That'll take about a day. Let's do a static. Maybe that'll take a day. Maybe a day to review data. And then hopefully sometime next week, pending FAA approval, maybe the week after, you never know, we'll see a 150-meter hop. And I mean, what is that even going to look like? I am struggling to imagine.
We imagine it could be like a Starhopper's 150-meter hop test, albeit with a much larger vehicle, a slightly offset Raptor engine, and some RCS thrusters located near the top of the vehicle, which we don't know if SpaceX has installed yet, but they might not have. If they haven't, we could expect to see them install that very soon. But yep, hop test coming up soon. Should be very exciting.
And we got some more venting periodically here going on from the top two ports. So yeah, and that frost continues to recede, especially around the plumbing there and around the upper COPBs. So we are clearly, I bet Michael earlier was right, that there's probably very little, if any, cryogenic liquid in this vehicle at this point. And it is just very slowly defrosting. And that could also be less than correct too. It could also have some cryogenic liquid in it at the moment, and be slowly being detanked as the frost slowly recedes. Yep. So
Richard's asking about why we're not using the same signal we do to get video as we do to call in to have Mary call in with. That is definitely something that we're working on. We are working towards getting additional modems that Mary can use to get a better audio connection. It's just that basically how this signal works for the broadcasting is that we have a special unit that can use multiple modems to get the signal up. So that's why we can get a super reliable signal from a remote location. But I'm not sure that, I mean, there's probably some sort of equipment that does that for a phone, but generally a phone can only connect to one modem. So it's a bit trickier with the phone, but it's certainly something we're working on. And we will find the best cell phone provider to get Mary on to get that more solid connection. I don't think it's a problem that we will have much difficulty solving. We currently have more equipment headed that way, so expect on a future stream soon to have better audio connection to Mary.
hey, we got a double vent that might, it seems like we're moving into perhaps a more rapid phase here. I'm just getting sleep deprived at this point. Trail Dad in chat says, how about Starlink for audio? Yeah, when Starlink is a thing, but it's not a thing yet. So we have to wait. I can't wait though. I'm really excited to for that capability to be out there for data in remote places that are currently underserved or just have low or no connectivity.
And yeah, seeing occasional venting from Starship SN4 as it vents that gaseous nitrogen overboard. Uh, we do not know if there is liquid nitrogen currently in the vehicle right now, but we understand that there is could still be gaseous nitrogen within the system, which as it boils off and turns into a gas needs to be vented overboard. So that's why we're seeing that venting occurring. Um, so we understand that testing is still going on even at 1:14 a.m. local time, which would be Central Time, as Mary is down in Boca Chica, Texas right now filming this for us. Uh, and again, shout out to Mary for bringing us this amazing live feed. And Jack, I see people are still suggesting names for the flip maneuver required for the landing. I see paradigm shift. That could be a good term to use. What do you think?
Nope.
Just a hard note.
Yeah, I just thought that would be the funniest response. Yeah, I do see a lot of people still coming up with ideas. Star Swing, Texas Twist. I think I like Crazy Ivan the best.
Yeah, Crazy Ivan does sound fun. Good question from Joe Foster. What is Mary's story? How did she end up here? I believe that is a question for Mary. Mary, if you can hear us, how did this covering Starship or covering SpaceX developments at Boca Chica start? Uh, were you, or I assume you were living in Boca Chica for a long time before all of this testing took place. But can you go a little more in depth as to how exactly you got into this?
We
I don't think we
have,
have audio
yeah.
connection with her. But if we
Yeah.
did, I know we've talked about it in the past. It was thanks to Nomad, which I'm also super, super thankful and in debt to Nomad. I've stayed at his place. That's the roof that I shot and Tim shot Starhopper's campaign from was Nomad's roof. And Nomad is another Boca Chica resident. And Nomad basically lives. If you ever go to Boca Chica Village, as it is right now, anyways, it's rapidly changing. But there's two streets, and so one street is where Mary lives, and the other street is where Nomad lives. And basically, yeah, he was covering Starship in Boca Chica, when it was just dirt, and he and Mary were friends, and uh, Nomad was an NSF member, and you know the pieces lined up and the puzzle pieces came together, and I guess Mary got bit by the bug, and we are all so thankful that she did, because I mean we would not have this view right here right now. And there's venting. Look at that, look at it go. But yeah, that's probably a question better answered by her when we have a better audio connection and she can more eloquently express what about this exactly bit her. But I think for all of us, it's the same. It's like an addiction almost. It's a rush. It's an adrenaline rush when you cover these things and you get to bring them to everybody. It's so fun to be able to, one, witness something that is happening for the first time that no one else has witnessed, and two, so fun to then be able to bring that to the rest of the world. I mean, we all see things and experience things as they happen, and it's historical in a lot of cases. to different extents. Sometimes, sometimes it's minor, and a little test, a little bump on the road. But and I'll keep citing this. I believe we have something like, what was it, 25 or 40 photos of the space shuttle in construction at Palmdale, which Crispy brought up in chat a couple streams ago. Think about that. The entire shuttle program, less than triple digit number of photos of its construction at Palmdale. That's a crime. And so it's a pleasure to be able to bring this to all of you, and we're so thankful that you're all joining in. And look at that, it looks like the entire lower LOX tank now, from our perspective anyways, now has a clean band with 0 frost on it.
Yeah.
So it looks like the continuation of the warming of at least the exterior of the vehicle. Very, very good chance, based on what we're looking at right now. There is essentially no liquid nitrogen in that lower LOX tank, and maybe very little liquid nitrogen in the upper methane tank. It is curious that there is a little bit more of a solid band of frost up there, especially that delineation, that line in between those 2 rings, or I don't know if that's a line between 2 rings, but that frost line up there seems fairly solid. But we're going to continue to see venting, as you're looking at right there. We're going to continue to see warming of the vehicle as time goes on. And Michael said earlier that it's a process that we saw for the last cryo took quite a while. It's a heavy, dense material. It's going to take a little bit of time for it to warm up, despite being in the Texas heat.
Yep, and I do think it is coming towards that time to start wrapping up the stream. So if you have any other final questions in chat to ask us, we'll try to get this answered, and then we will wrap up the stream. It does appear that testing is now pretty much concluded. Just that final nitrogen gas getting vented out right now. And as you can see, that LOX tank is likely completely empty from liquid nitrogen, given that there is no more frost going around the entire circumference of that tank. So any final questions? We'll take maybe 1 or 2 more, and then we are going to sign off for tonight. As a final recap, you have seen a successful Starship SN4 cryo test of 7.5 bar, according to Elon Musk. Jordan's asking, will SN5 do the belly flop? I don't think so. I think that'll be more of a straight up, maybe slightly to the side, than a relight of the engines for the landing burn, but not that crazy belly flop. But who knows? We'll see what happens.
Yeah, the SpaceX testing regimens and procedures are all very fluid, and especially with the Starship vehicles in development right now, it's fair to assume that SN5 would probably just do a slight side slip with continuous thrust rather than a belly flop. But we don't know what SpaceX is planning internally. They could do a belly flop test with SN5, although it doesn't seem, well, to us, it doesn't seem very likely, but we'll see.
Yep, so I'm not saying anything else in chat, so I think this is probably a good time to end the stream. Thanks to Mary, most importantly, for this amazing live camera view that we got to see tonight during this test. Jack and Tyler for the additional commentary and insightful thoughts on today's test. And also, quite importantly, our viewers who tuned in today. We appreciate all the support, super chats, memberships. And even if you just tuned in, we appreciate the support. It definitely helps us show that it's worth doing this every single night for the past week or so. And we look forward to seeing Starship SN4 conduct another static fire before that all-important hop to 150 meters. If you have not already, remember to subscribe to the channel. Mary posts. We upload a almost daily video from Mary about the latest Starship testing and development status, as well as lots of other good content and live streams of launches. So you don't want to miss anything. So click that
And
subscription.
really quick, we could also plug you are at NASASpaceflight on Twitter and Instagram, right?
Yep, thank you for that, Jack. I never like to plug myself, but there you go.
Next Spaceflight on Twitter and Instagram, and
Yeah.
I am the Jack Fire on Twitter, and on Instagram I am Neon Heat Disease, and that's for all my photos and videos. If you want to say, hey, why do I care what this guy is talking about Starship all day? Why is this guy talking about it? Well, take a look at everything I've seen and done over the last couple of years, and I've seen a lot, and I think this is pretty cool. So go take a look. And Tyler, do you want to plug your Twitter or anything?
Sure, I can do that real quick. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can do that. That's Tyler Gray at TylerG1998. I know, very creative handle. But you can follow me there. If you have any questions for me that I wasn't able to get to on the stream tonight, my messages are open, so you can send me those questions as you please, and I'll get you an answer as soon as I can. Again, that is Tyler G1998. Feel free to follow me there on Twitter.
And I believe, Michael, you were about to say something about membership.
Oh no, that was it.
Oh, my bad.
think we are good to sign off. Thanks one more time for everybody for tuning in. And we will roll Jack's amazing intro video one more time to leave you with some nice hype and cool spaceflight shots. But the good news is the ending of that video is not how this cryo test ended tonight. So thank you all, and that is all for tonight.
Oh, is this the secret, super special intro, outro?
I don't think so. I think this is the older one that we've not updated yet on this server.
Oh,
but
okay. Well,
yeah.
you'll have to stay tuned for that one. Sorry.
Yeah, here we go. Intro video time.
Alright, the chamber pressure looks good. Rolling up.